I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it. And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's it called?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hi guys, hello. Good morning or afternoon or whatever it is. Good morning. You might have noticed that I tweaked our intro a little bit. I put that very end part, I added a couple of the interviews, but also I put that very last part, that clip from Tayo Toys of the beach day where Lucy was on the beach. I thought that was the cutest clip ever, so I added that to our intro. So we get to start every day by seeing little mistress. Speaking of which, say hi, big girl. Say hi to your friends. Say hello. Say hello to everyone. She's snuggling me. She can tell I don't feel good today. You know, they can pick up on that. Animals are good about picking up on that on the days when you don't feel great. They can tell that, and then they like stick right to you. It's really sweet. So good morning. Happy Monday. Yes, Lego Queen. Did y'all see my finished Lego set? This is my Lego set that I built. It's done. So now it's on my table. It took 3 hours to build that thing. But it was fun. It was a good time. I know Lucy looks so cute in her little, it's cold here today. So I put her little sweater on and she's sitting here snuggling me. She's such a good little girl. I loved it so much. I purchased one. Good. You have to send us pictures when you get it done, like the before and after. There were so many pieces to it. It was 600 and something. I had a handful of pieces that didn't get used, but I just threw them away, and we're gonna pretend like they don't exist. As long as it looks like, you can see the little flower sticking out in the corner over here, but as long as it looks like kind of like it's supposed to. Ish, that's all that matters. So it worked. Good. Yay, Tayo Toys. I put, in the corner of it, I put a little, I don't know if you can see, or if you noticed it, but I put a little, Tayo Toys little intro, or his little, what's it called? My brain's so foggy right now. Not emblem, logo, his little logo on like a camera thing, on like a video camera thing in the bottom to give him his credit for that clip. That was awesome. So, I'm looking forward to today. I know, speed trialing has been working out good for us because we're able to skip through some stuff. So I know that they have already gotten started. I have no clue of anything that's gone on yet this morning. I haven't looked into anything or seen anything that's happened yet. So we're all going to be experiencing it together, unless some of y'all have seen some of it. But I haven't done anything. So we'll get to watch it together. Tosh, happy anniversary to the best peeps in chats. Juror for 8 whole months. 8 whole months. Happy anniversary. happy anniversary. That's exciting. I love anniversaries. I love them. Dana said, she said she's peaked a little. All right, well, you're a cheater. But also, can you see these? I should have put them over here so you can see them, but I had them out because they're so cute. I'll have to get them when we're on a break so you can see them. But the glowing gnomes right here, it's Valentine's gnomes that Dana Doe 420 sent me as like a little Valentine's package. It's so cute. So I had them on my counter this morning, and their beards glow. So they're kind of like the ones that she sent me for Christmas, where their beards glow. So I had them on my counter over there, and I have quartz countertops, so they're shiny. So the reflection of the beards reflects on the countertop, and they look so cute. So I put them. I normally have my gnomes over here, but I still do have gnomes over here. But for those, with them being the light up ones, I thought they were so cute. So I put those up there. So thank you for that. And there's like some little light up hearts too that for Valentine's, and I put those in the window so you can see them from the beach. I'll have to take a picture when we go out there I'll take Lucy out there to walk at sunset. So when we're coming back in, as it's getting a little bit darker or whatever, I'll take a picture because you can see them from the beach out there. It's kind of cool. So that was awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready to get this show on the road? There's already been drama today. See, I've missed it. I haven't peeked or anything, so I didn't even realize there's already court drama today. Does it have something to do with the juror? Y'all, we're gonna be like, we're only on day 7. If we run out of jurors, I'm gonna be so mad. I love your Lego flower. Thank you. I do too. I love it too. So, all right, let's get this show on the road. Let's see. Here we go. I think I've got the sound boosted too, so that so if y'all make sure y'all can hear it, and if you can't, let me know. I'll see if I can boost it a little bit more. But all right, let's get her done. Jurors better behave. We'll see.
Friday. Sergeant Ventresca was on the stand. Are we prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Ventresca is here. I have maybe 3 or 4 more questions for him, and then we can move on.
Thank you.
There is a preliminary matter I'd like to take up and have a motion.
Preliminary matter. Already.
An extra copy for Your Honor. I'll hand it to
Hey, Dallas.
Could I approach?
Yes.
He's got his bow tie on again today. I love the bow tie.
This is an issue that I think is going to start coming up on a daily basis, so I believe we need to address it now. On Friday, the court permitted Sergeant Ventresca to explain why he did certain things and took certain action. He then mentioned a red Tacoma as a vehicle that was, quote, associated with Mr. Dulos. And he also mentioned that Albany Avenue, Route 44 is a, quote, high crime area, unquote, in Hartford, as part of his thought process as to why he's looking for videos. There is a lot of problems that arose from that. First of all, as it will become eminently clear, Sergeant Ventresca knew nothing, zero, about a red Tacoma, quote, associated with, unquote, Mr. Dulos, because it belonged to one of his employees on the weekend of Labor Day of 2019. That's something he learned at least a week, if not 2 weeks later. So what that has done is opened the door to an area of the questioning that had nothing to do with the fact that Mr. Sergeant Ventresca went looking for cameras. The only issue had to do with his Ford Raptor, that they were looking to see if there were any vehicles, not specific ones, and then they saw the Ford Raptor. So getting into the Tacoma basically leaped over issues of confrontation, hearsay, and foundation, which were utterly lacking. And the witness did not mention all the other vehicles that belonged to other Ford Group employees that were working at that time for the Ford Group. So that's the first issue. Second of all, by allowing him to just opine that Route 44 and Albany Avenue, where the Jamaican bakery is and Benji's Jamaican restaurant is a, quote, high crime area, it was unnecessarily introducing racial bias into this case, because it's also true that right down a block or two further is the Dunkin' Donuts Stadium, where the Hartford Yard Goats play AA baseball almost every single week. So now we've had to get into the fact that when he made that statement, it suggested that no white rich guy from the suburbs would have any reason to be driving on Route 44 when it also happens to be the main thoroughfare for people who work in downtown Hartford, because Route 44 turns in right there around the next corner into Main Street, a block, maybe 2 blocks further up. So, I bring these things up now, Your Honor, because I want to emphasize this is not the trial of Fotis Dulos. It's the trial of Michelle Troconis. I'm not here to defend Fotis Dulos or what he did or didn't do in connection with the disappearance of his wife. But the court is putting the defense in the position of having to defend that because of the fact that my client was living with Mr. Dulos, and so there's already a guilt by association problem that's arising. The motion I just filed, Your Honor, on Friday the state said it, quote, had cases, unquote, that supported the notion that what police do, they can explain their motivation and what hearsay they hear in exchange for why they took certain action. Well, I've attached pages from Judge Prescott's version of the 6th edition of the Tate's Handbook of Connecticut Evidence, which is the seminal treatise on Connecticut evidence, and there's many cases that I have attached that are in that section 8.9, but the most salient comment is, quote, on page 515, a police officer's conduct is rarely relevant to the crime charged, and the officer should not be allowed to repeat statements made to the officer to explain why the officer did or did not do something.
Well, the interpreter is unable to keep up, Attorney Schoenhorn,
I'm sorry.
with your presentation.
Let me repeat that slowly.
Oh, great.
A police officer's conduct is rarely relevant to the crime charged, and the officer should not be allowed to repeat statements made to the officer to explain why the officer did or did not do something, close quote. And then there's also the fact that I then shepherdized, and there's a case that came out in 2021, which I cite, Stay versus Armador, that repeats that same point.
It's like he looks for things to object over. Like, I don't think Hartford has the highest crime rate in Connecticut, FYI. This guy.
And like I said, I've included a couple of pages here. And why is that important? Because if the state says it has cases to the contrary, well, maybe someone needs to let Judge Prescott know that means that his subchapter is just plain wrong, and it needs to be revised based on whatever cases the state has not given to the court. And we're going to now have this happen with every witness, because we know the evidence, at least we've gone through all the evidence, and to now have to cross-examine about a red Tacoma that this detective knew nothing about until a week or two later, and it had nothing to do with what was or wasn't located on Albany Avenue. So, for example, if he had simply said, based on the phone pings that he received, they went to look for cameras, they gave that information, he wasn't around, he gave it to the other detectives to locate, and as a result, they obtained some footage. then we could have moved right into the fact that there was footage
I
of
don't think
a
any of this
Ford
makes a
Raptor
difference.
that was similar to one that Mr. Dulos owned. I would have had no objection to that. But now to get into a vehicle that this witness clearly knew nothing about at the time, and I'll just to preview what's to come, a week later when the police are at Fort Jefferson Crossing and they have a search warrant, Mr. Pavel Gumieni, drives up Fort Jefferson Crossing, sees the police officers there, and turns around, tries to get away, only to be stopped by the police. And then we get into what he was interrogated about or what he was claimed he was doing, and then they questioned that. It didn't seem accurate. So that comes up. That's certainly going to be in the case down the road. But I don't get to confront and cross-examine this witness because he's not going to know where they got that information from. And I'm going to submit that at this point they didn't have it at all. But my bigger concern, Your Honor, is that's why I keep filing these motions in limine. The court needs to at least make the state make an offer of proof about these issues. And if it doesn't, the prejudice is that the jury gets to hear this, the state gets to do a speech.
I think y'all are both right, because New Haven is the updated, since this time is now the most crime rate. But at the time of this, Hartford.
Speaking objection, so it gets to give an extra closing argument as to why it wants to get into certain evidence. And aside from it not being fair that the case proceed that way, it eventually, if it hasn't already, becomes a due process violation. And it denies the defense the right to cross-examine, because when I asked this witness, as of that date, Memorial Day weekend, he had no idea that one of the employees owned a Tacoma. So I'm also asking that be stricken at this time from the record, because I just don't know what else to do. It's a surprise. The police never, it says almost never. I'll just note that in the Armador case, which is just a couple of years old now, the issue was a witness to the case, not the police, went to the hospital at a certain time to see an acquaintance who was involved in, who had been one of the victims in that case, and went there. And the notion of relevance has to do with not relevance to what the police do, it's relevance to the charges. It's relevance to the charges. And the fact that the police were looking for a car or to see whether there was a car, wondered why this suburban white guy who builds high-end homes is doing in Hartford. And there's also going to be evidence that my client was in the vehicle. She told the police, yes, she was in that vehicle, suggesting that the only reason to go to Hartford on Albany Avenue is for some nefarious reason, because it's a, quote, high crime area, which I'll note hasn't been true in 10 or 15 years. There's neighborhoods there that may be, but even the notion that Hartford and the main thoroughfare, one of two into town, is a, quote, high crime area suggests that there's a racial aspect to that testimony, and now I have to cross-examine into that, and I just didn't think that was appropriate, nor did I want to go that way. So the state, by doing this, is opening up the can of worms, and I bring it to Your Honor's attention because I don't know, because I have to make a record, and each thing, the court maybe is tired of my objections, but
yeah, we
I have to make the record. Sometimes we did sidebar on Friday, we did a sidebar. I understand that was not being recorded by the court monitor, but I don't know that for sure. I think I learned that after court adjourned that wasn't recorded. But what was discussed at sidebar was this idea that the police get to explain why they do certain things. I said, but they don't. The court said, well, we'll see where it goes, etc. These things do need to be decided in advance, because otherwise, once the cat is out of the bag, it's prejudicial. And I just let the court know that, I'm conscious of of the concerns I have. I'm trying to defend a client here who we maintain is innocent of these charges. There's maybe a lot of evidence, at least a lot of circumstantial evidence against Fotis Dulos. Maybe in his trial, some of this, the rulings might be more appropriate, but they're not in my client's case. And therefore, I ask the court to reconsider that, to move to strike that, to strike the testimony about the motives, and to not allow it unless the state outside the presence of the jury makes an offer of proof as to why it's relevant, again, to the charges against my client, not relevant to what the police were doing. Thank you.
Wow.
So before we hear from the state, Attorney Schoenhorn, the court never tires of objections.
Huh.
Counsel may tire of making objections. The court is never tired of objections.
I am.
Attorney McGinnis.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, and may it please the court. I find it a little bit ironic that the defendant would argue that there's somehow unfair surprise to her case in this particular instance. Attorney Manning apparently was up here with Attorney Schoenhorn for the better part of 5 to 10 minutes prior to court opening, and this motion was served on us after the court came out and we opened court for the day. So, obviously Attorney Schoenhorn has our email addresses. He could have handed us the motion in advance so that we could have had an opportunity to look at some of the citations. I guess for some strategic surprise reason, he chose not to do that. But let me just be heard on some of the substance, Your Honor, because these arguments are becoming more and more unhinged from the defense as this case is progressing. The only person in this courtroom that is injecting race into this proceeding is the defense. The state of Connecticut did not ask the jury to draw any sort of racial inference from the fact that it's a high crime area. I don't know what they're frankly talking about when they say that that somehow injects race into this. I think that that's sort of a ridiculous argument. If Albany Avenue is objectively a high crime area, race has nothing to do with it. And I'll just indicate, Your Honor, for the record that the title to their motion is misleading because it indicates that they want to preclude testimonial and prejudicial hearsay statements by police officers. Of course, the problem with the title, Judge, is that in order for something to be hearsay in the first instance and thus be testimonial, is that it must be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And so evidence of information that was relayed to police officers and why they took subsequent action is obviously probative of the issue of the investigative steps that were taken. And, we had a chance to look at Armador during the course of the defendant's argument, and what the case indicates is that it is a fact-specific inquiry and that non-hearsay can be used for the effect on the listener. There is no sort of blanket rule that the defense is asking for. And so if the defense has an issue with a particular line of inquiry taken by the state, they should object. The court doesn't tire from objections, and we should just hear those out as they come along. But this motion, which again was filed just now in court for some strategic advantage on the part of the defense, to not give the state adequate opportunity to look at this and perhaps look at the entire treatise that they cited instead of just the pages that they attached to their motion, is sort of asking in advance to exclude any and all evidence of non-hearsay evidence. And I don't think that that's appropriate, Judge. And I just ask that the court deny this motion with the understanding, of course, that the defense can object if they feel that somehow the evidence is not probative. But I don't see how something could possibly be hearsay if it's not being offered for a hearsay purpose.
Let me just respond briefly, Your Honor. It was not my intention to work over the weekend to have to come up with a motion, which when I was down here, I wrote last night and I brought with me this morning. Whether or not the state was in the room for 5 minutes or more before, as Your Honor notes, when the courts came out on the bench, I was still setting up. So pulling things out, etc., is what I have to do to get ready. But it's not just the Atmore case, Judge. It's all the cases cited in what I attached right from the Tate's handbook. It's O'Shea versus Mignone, Mignone. It's State versus Robinson. It's State versus Gonzalez with an S. It's State versus Evans. It's State versus Sweeney, and State versus Vega, which is in the ConApp case, 48 ConApp case. So this isn't one case. This is a long line of cases. And in the Armidor case, the court sets forth that police should never be able to, almost never, and then they allowed in a non-police officer to explain why that individual went to the hospital to see the victim because it showed advanced knowledge which was relevant to the charges against Mr. Armidor. So I don't understand even the state's argument. This is also Miss Manning's witness, so I'm not sure why I'm hearing from Mr. McGinnis instead of the lawyer who's propounding that particular evidence, unless the court, then anyone can argue any point of law if an objection is made. And that's not my experience, but if the court allows it, I'm not going to stand on ceremony. It's just that we don't have Mr. McGinnis propounding that evidence. We don't have even an offer as to why it was important for that officer to blurt out something that officer had no knowledge about at the time. It's being done as self-serving to try and create a closing argument when there's no evidence to support it. If then the officer even had said, we then saw a red Tacoma in the video and that's why we seized it. The next group of questions, he's going to be asked to describe what he saw in a screenshot of a video. That's where we ended for the day. And again, it's going to be the same issue. It was seized and someone else can testify. And I'll note, I've agreed with most of these witnesses. They don't have to call the store owner or the owner of the camera system to explain it. I've offered to avoid that step. But if the court is going to allow witnesses to basically ignore the relevance and hearsay rules, then I'm going to no longer agree to that. And then they're going to have to call each camera owner to authenticate what's in there, because otherwise there's nobody to cross-examine. So I stand by my arguments. It seems to me that it's black letter law, at least in Connecticut, that it shouldn't be allowed. And they're going to do this with every witness. They're going to do it with every witness, every police witness.
Just briefly, Judge, a couple things. To begin with, as I recall, Attorney Schoenhorn argued a motion in limine the other day with respect to a witness that Attorney Felsen was going to be handling. So I'm not really sure what he is indicating when he says that it has to be one witness. If we're dealing specifically with motions, Your Honor, the court has allowed counsel the leeway to argue those motions, and the defense actually took advantage of that very fact the other day. So I'm not really sure where they're going with that. But I'll also just note that the motion itself is written not just specific to Sergeant Ventresca. As a matter of fact, I don't see his name even mentioned in the motion. It is for all police officers. So the idea that the state can't have someone else argue it, I think, is a little bit specious, quite frankly. And I'll just note, Your Honor, that the defense is essentially trying to engage in legal extortion by indicating that they're going to renege on their previous agreements simply because the court is overruling objections. I think that that's, frankly, low rent. And I'd like to just address the merits of this, which is this is a fact-specific inquiry. Whether or not something is effect on the listener is something for the court to decide. If it's relevant, if it's the danger of unfair prejudice outweighs it, those are the inquiries the court has to do. And I'm asking that the court deny their motion without prejudice, and they can raise these objections when they come up.
Thank you. The court will first address motions in limine in general. A motion in limine is designed
He said low rent.
to exclude from even the jury's hearing certain evidence that is unfairly prejudicial. For example, we had an example earlier in the trial. If the motion in limine called for exclusion of all evidence concerning marital discord, then the motion in limine should also indicate what that evidence is so that the court can determine whether that evidence is unfairly prejudicial. It's not the category of testimony that the court looks to in determining whether to grant a motion in limine. It is the specific facts or fact that the proponent of the motion believes is highly prejudicial and unfairly prejudicial. What the court sees here is a motion in limine to preclude certain categories of testimony. Well, as both counsel are experienced, both counsel are not trying their first case, a witness can say anything at any time. It is not the court's role prior to hearing the evidence to help draft a script for a witness or a category of witnesses. A witness can begin to testify before a question is asked. It's not the court's role to stop the witness. The court is not counsel. It is not the court's role to pave the road for the state, and it is not the court's role to pave the road for the defense. It's not the court's role to set a pick, to use a basketball phrase, for the state. It's not the court's role to set a pick for the defense.
I love this show.
That is left to the skill and experience and the training of counsel to bring an objection to the attention of the court by objecting. The motion is denied. You can bring the jury in, please.
Denied. Denied. He said low rent. I'm dead. He said low rent. That was funny. Yes, we need 70 more to get to 15,000. 70 more. Ooh. Pretty cool, huh? Hi, Dean. Detective Dean. Madeline says this. Madeline says this judge makes me smile every time he's talking. He's so sweet. I love this judge.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would counsel stipulate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe we left off with Sergeant Ventresca.
Thank you.
Right outside, if I may.
He said low rent. That's a first. Yeah, Lucy will do a dance. Oh, we just got 2 more.
And Sergeant Ventresca is still under oath. You may be seated, Sergeant.
Sir Honor.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, how are you?
Just a couple questions. When we left off on Friday,
I can't hear you with this gentleman talking right in my ear.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sir, with respect to when we left off on Friday, we were talking about 304 Albany Avenue. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Based on what you learned from 304 Albany Avenue, what did you do?
I alerted the Troop L Major Crime Office, and I wanted to get a detective sent over to 304 Albany Avenue to pull that video.
And
Welcome, Addicts.
when you said Troop L, What is that?
Litchfield, Western District Major Crime Field Office.
Okay. Is that part of Western District Major Crimes that you are?
Yes.
And are you the sergeant in charge of that, Troop L?
Not Troop L, no.
Which sergeant is in charge?
Sergeant Bisson.
Okay. And at some point, did you receive information from that, from a officer with respect to 304 Albany Avenue?
Yes.
Who was that officer?
Detective Fitzsimons.
Without telling me what he said or gave, based on that information, did you take any steps?
Yes, so it was the Thursday the 30th when that detective learned of what was on that video. It was a vehicle in question. I alerted Central District Major Crime, which is the Troop H field office, to get a detective over to Hartford C4, the Hartford Capital City Command Center.
And what day was that?
It was Thursday the 30th.
Did you ever send anybody from Western District Major Crimes to C4?
Yeah, I sent Detective Butin on Friday the 31st to go to C4 as well.
Detective Butin, is he assigned to your unit?
Yes, Western District Major Crime. He was assigned to the Troop G field office.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that was quick.
Cross-examination.
So quick. That was real quick. Welcome, addicts. We're glad you're here. Thank you, DSN.
Is it so, Sergeant Ventresca?
Yes, sir.
I think we met. I'm John Schoenhorn. I represent Michelle Troconis. When you talk about Albany Avenue in Hartford, you also refer to it as Route 44, correct?
Yes.
And that's United States Highway 44, correct?
I would assume so if it's 44, yes.
Well, it's US 44,
Yes.
right? And that's a major thoroughfare between Albany, New York, and I believe it goes to somewhere near Providence, Rhode Island, doesn't it?
I don't know.
I take it you've never had to be a trooper in eastern Connecticut, right?
No, never.
So that would be covered by troops that you visit very seldom, like Troop C, right? Troop K, that part of the state?
It's covered by those troops, yes.
But not you?
Not me.
All right. But you also know that this is a major thoroughfare, multi-lane from Avon across Avon Mountain, right?
Right.
And you said you were at one point at Fort Jefferson Crossing where my client and Mr. Dulos lived, right?
Right.
And then if you take the side road Deer Cliff, you come to Route 44, isn't that right?
Correct.
And then you take Route 44 down, it's at least, it's a 4-lane road, right?
I'm not sure of the laneage on 44.
But it's a major thoroughfare, right?
I would say it's a major route, yes.
And then you come into West Hartford, right?
Yes, east of Hartford, yes. Or west of Hartford, I'm sorry.
West Hartford would
is
be
west
would
of
be
Hartford, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
And then you stay on Route 44, it becomes a commercial area in West Hartford, right?
Yes.
And then you get to the University of Hartford, right there on Albany Avenue, isn't it? Right there in the corner?
I'm not sure the exact address, but I know UHart is in that area, yes.
UHart, that's a fairly large private university right there, right?
I don't know if it's large, but I know it's a private university.
Well, it's large
Yes.
landscape is what I mean, like land.
Right. I don't know the acreage.
Fair enough. And then you cross the, I guess it's the Park River, and then that becomes Hartford right there, doesn't it?
Again, I can't tell you exactly where the city limits are. If you're saying it is, then.
All right, well, we looked at a map.
Right,
I could put it
right.
back up, but I just don't
Okay,
want to
Right.
show the map again. But one of the things we saw when you were showing the various streets in Hartford along Route 44, there's a McDonald's right there, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing that on
McDonald's?
the map?
No.
Or the satellite view, I mean?
No.
And you also know that if you go down another couple of blocks, you get to the Yard Goats baseball stadium, right? A AA team stadium is right there, right?
I think it's there.
Yard goats.
Yeah, so that's the Yard Goats is a professional baseball team, right?
Right.
And that was there in 2019, wasn't it?
I believe so. You're talking Dunkin' Donuts?
The Dunkin' Donuts Stadium, right there, right? And that you understand that a lot of people come from the suburbs to watch AA baseball.
Absolutely.
So when you use the term that that portion of Route 44 was a, quote, high crime area, was it because there was a Jamaican restaurant there?
No, it's referring to the city of Hartford.
The city is, okay.
Yes.
Right. But you didn't know if Mr. Dulos had any business in Hartford at all, do you?
Not that we knew of at the time.
You knew that he built large homes, right?
Yes.
But you don't know whether he owned or built in Hartford, do you?
Did not know at that time.
And you didn't know if he had any dumpsters available at that time either, did you?
Did not know at that time.
When you drove past 4 Jefferson Crossing, you didn't see a dumpster,
No.
did you? There was a for sale sign there, though, wasn't there? In front of his house,
At
according to
4?
the pictures we saw.
At 4? I can't remember if there was a for sale sign at 4 back then, back in May 24th.
Okay, so we're talking about that Memorial Day
Yep.
weekend, right? Correct?
Correct.
And you did go past 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Yes.
And you knew that was a house that was being built or had just been built by the Ford Group as of that date, right?
Yes.
And you, in fact, testified on Friday that you saw one of those large banner for sale signs showing the Ford Group in the picture, right?
Yeah, something similar, yes.
And you couldn't remember if it was actually in front of the house or by the street, but you remember something similar like that outside.
I remember there was something down by the road, at the base of the driveway. I couldn't tell you what was up by the house.
Well, indicating the house was for sale, right?
Right.
And as of that date, did you know whether or not there were showings at that house on 80 Mountain Spring
No,
Road?
did not know.
Trust, thank you. Thank you for getting 5 memberships. The person talking next to him is the interpreter.
You were
Oh, I don't
also
know if it was
testifying on Friday that there were different kinds of cars that you believed were, quote, I think you used the word, affiliated with, unquote, Mr. Dulos. Is that right?
I would say that's right, yes. Yeah.
You mentioned a red Tacoma as one of those cars. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Now, as of Memorial Day weekend, you didn't know anything about a red Tacoma belonging to one of Mr. Dulos's employees, did you?
Yes.
That weekend you found out about
Yes, that
it?
Sunday. Or I'm sorry, that Monday. Not the weekend, but the Monday.
Okay, but when you were driving around on, I think you said the weekend,
No,
right?
yes.
You were looking for cameras and whatnot, right? You didn't know anything at that point about...
Not on Sunday, about the red truck.
Okay. And you knew that belonged to an employee of Mr. Dulos
We
named
learned that on Monday.
Right. Named Pavel Gumieni,
Yes,
right?
yes. It wasn't registered to Pavel.
It was registered, well, that's another...
It wasn't registered to Pavel.
Pavel's wife,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
It was not registered to Mr. Dulos, was it?
No.
Wasn't registered to Michelle Troconis, and it wasn't registered to the Ford Group, the company?
No.
Did you look into any other vehicles that were owned by other employees of the Ford Group at that time?
Yes, we did.
That weekend?
That weekend, when we set up our command post, we put every employee that was listed on the Ford Group website on our whiteboard. And we looked into every employee, and in fact, we sent leads out that weekend to start interviewing those employees. And part of that process, when we put them on the whiteboard, is to gather intelligence through law enforcement databases and searches to determine what vehicles people drive, where they live, what their phone numbers are, et cetera.
Were you looking for other vehicles of the other employees as you drove along Albany Avenue on Route 44?
No.
It was a 3-day weekend because it was Labor Day.
And you
weekend.
did know that that red
Memorial
Tacoma was about 20 years old, correct? It was
Yes.
a 2001 Tacoma, right?
Yes.
And were you aware that it was leaking oil and was in bad condition?
Very aware.
Incidentally, you didn't look for any leaking oil along the route you were traveling, did you?
No. I mean, there's multiple vehicles that drive routes. There's multiple oil stains all over the roads.
But these are all things you learned a little bit later, is that correct?
Well, that Monday, I learned about the Tacoma through a neighborhood canvas. So we put that vehicle on our list of vehicles on that Monday.
Tammy, happy 4 months.
By the way, you didn't know whether Mr. Dulos had ever been known to dump construction garbage at locations where he should not have been doing that, did you?
Not that day, no.
On any day?
No, never.
Now, in your career as a state trooper, have you ever had to investigate an illegal dumping case,
No.
even as a road trooper?
No.
Isn't that something the state police sometimes investigate?
Sometimes, I mean, mostly like debris on the highway, people throw couches out along the highways and such like that.
No, you ever seen contractors doing that so they don't have to pay for a dumpster?
No.
Never.
No,
And so that we're clear, you said that when you saw the camera on the Jamaican restaurant awning, you said you referred it to, I think you said Troop L. Is that what you said?
yes.
You mean Troop H in
No,
Hartford?
Troop L, Western District Major Crime Field Office.
Well, wasn't Troop H just right down the street from where the Albany Avenue is? Like maybe 6
Washington, I
blocks?
think it's on Washington in Hartford.
Yeah, isn't Washington, it's right near the Capitol, right?
Yes.
And you didn't contact them?
No.
And incidentally, on May 31st, 2023, was Detective Fitzsimons assigned to the Western District Major Crime Squad?
On May 31st? What year did
I'm
you say?
sorry, let me rephrase that. On May 25th and 6th, when you asked him to go look for cameras.
He was assigned to Western District Major
was.
Crime Squad, yes.
All right. And was he assigned as a detective or as a trooper at that point?
Detective in the Troop L Field Office.
All right. Can I just have a moment?
Okay.
Judge?
Yes.
Hi, Future. I'm a few minutes behind, but the officer using Duncan as a reference point is not lost on me.
Nothing further, thank you.
Sergeant may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may call it Mike Fitzsimons, please.
Welcome those of you all joining us. You'll be able to catch up a little bit because the first part of the day is
If I
just
may have a moment, Your Honor.
the defense arguing. Shocker, right? So surprising. Yeah, the Yard Goats is their baseball team. Chrissy Bacon, I read this as pap smear. I don't know why. And I was like, why are we talking about... Never mind.
That the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the
Ignore.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Fitzsimons, F-I-T-Z-S-I-M-O-N-S.
Am I muffled?
You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, my mic is low. I don't know why.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Mr. Fitzsimons, did you previously work for the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, I did for 25 years.
Okay. When did you part company with the Connecticut
It
State
will
Police?
be 2 years, March of this year.
Okay. Did you retire?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at what rank did you retire at?
Detective.
And was there a particular division of the Connecticut State Police that you worked at when you retired?
The Western District Major Crime Squad.
And what troop were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the Troop L office,
Who was your supervisor?
Sergeant Al Bisson.
And could you briefly just describe to the jury some of your training and experience as a Connecticut State Police officer?
Initially, I was hired by the state police. I attended the State Police Academy. There we're trained and tested in all the academia skills and procedures necessary to become certified as a state police officer. I successfully completed the training academy. When I graduated the academy, I was assigned as a patrol trooper. I was initially stationed at Troop L up in Litchfield. I was there for approximately 8 years. Throughout my 25 years, I've had several several assignments from, I was a canine handler and a member of our State Police Tactical Unit and an instructor at the Academy as a firearms instructor. But a majority of my career, actually 16 years of my career, I was with the Western District Major Crime Squad.
Thank you, sir. If I could just have one moment.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Oh, I kept this separate. May I just approach you on that?
Yeah.
Detective Fitzsimons, were you working with the Western District Major Crimes Squad in May of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And
That typer's so aggressive. So aggressive.
what troop were you assigned to again? Where were you headquartered out of?
I was with the Troop L office, which is also located at the Western District headquarters.
And is that in
Again, the
Litchfield?
Western District is comprised of, as far as the major crime offices and the troops, are 4 offices and 4 troops. And again, we kind of work all in concert together. I kind of equate it to like those of you who live in cities where there's multiple firehouses. Sometimes you only need one firehouse, other times you may need several. So we kind of work together.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to May 29th of 2019. What was your assignment that day?
I was assigned to assist with obtaining a copy of video surveillance from an establishment on Albany Ave in Hartford.
This is the video evidence that of the.
And
torn
what was
trash
that
cans.
address, sir?
The average was 304 Albany Ave, and the point I was supposed to meet, the name of the establishment was Benji's 2 Seafood Restaurant.
Can you turn the television? Big one. I can. Can I just inquire of the court and all the TVs are on?
The court's monitor is on.
It is on. Thank you, Your Honor. Here's on. Thank you.
Hold on this one.
Do you have it?
Yeah, they still haven't gotten her to anything. We're still trying to get through how they knew it was Fotis. Chrissy Bacon gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to States 34, there
Virginia
are 2 items on it that have already been admitted through other witnesses. However, the last 2 have not. Sir, if I can draw your attention to the screen behind you, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, I guess, picture 2.
Kathy Davidson gifted membership. Thank you.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is Benji's 2 Seafood Restaurant.
And is that the restaurant you went to on May 29, 2019?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you go there?
I was assigned by my supervisor to download. They had video surveillance there.
Oh, no,
Information was received or passed on to me that they believed there was information, believing Fotis Dulos was in the area of Albany Avenue on May 24th, sometime between 7 and 8 p.m.
Trying to move that out of the way.
Now, did you speak to anybody at the restaurant without saying what they said, please? But did you speak to anybody?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to download any video?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm going to actually draw your attention to this screen again, picture 1. Sir, if you need to, Your Honor, may I just ask him to
Certainly.
step near the screen? Thank you, if you can. Does that picture or map, if you will, depict where you went that day on May 29th?
Yes, it does.
If you could please point that out.
In this area, right here, Albany Avenue area, near the intersection, that's Green Street,
If I can, I can.
the knife and fork are.
Where the knife and fork are. It says Island Fish Head Jamaican Restaurant, sir. Is that the restaurant you went to?
It was called, as far as I know, Benji's 2 Seafood Restaurant. I don't know when this was
Okay. And that would be the Benjis in picture 2?
Yes.
At the time.
Albany Ave.
So in 2019, is this what the intersection of Albany and Green looked like?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, with respect to you can have a seat. I'm sorry, thank you. Did you look for a specific time frame?
Yes, I did.
What was that time frame?
The time frame was between 7 and 8 p.m. for May 24th.
And did you ask for a specific, between 7 and 8 p.m.?
Normally, I kind of create a buffer, so I probably have some time around 6:48, 6:45 to approximately 8:25. I usually give about a 15, 20 minutes on each end, just to account for any anomalies.
And did you watch the video on scene while you were there at the restaurant? No, I did not. Okay. With respect to that day when you received the video, what did you do next?
Once it was downloaded onto the thumb drive or flash drive, I transported it to my office in Litchfield. Once I got to the office, I inserted it in my computer, viewed it on the screen to make sure I had a copy. I wasn't coming back with an empty thumb drive. Once I saw that I had a recording, I made a copy of it, a working copy, and then what I do with the original is I take that and put it in evidence for safekeeping.
Was the video continuous or motion activated?
It was continuous.
And did you review that video?
I did.
And where were you when you reviewed that video?
I was at my office.
Did you have a specific assignment in your review of that video, or was there something in particular you were looking for?
I was reviewing the working copy. Again, I wanted to make sure that I successfully made a copy. Again, we'll make copies of the original, that way I can disseminate it to the lead officer or counsel, what have you, down the road. That minimizes damaging or losing the original. Again, the original was evidence. So as I was going through the working copy, ensuring that I had successfully downloaded it, I was aware of the vehicle, one of the vehicles, or the vehicles Fotis Dulos had registered to him. And then while going through ensuring the copy, I noticed one of Fotis, what appeared to be a vehicle consistent with Mr. Dulos's vehicle.
What type of vehicle was that?
A black Ford Raptor.
Do you recall what time that vehicle or a vehicle consistent with
It was approximately 7:40 p.m.
And after you saw that on the video, what did you do, if anything?
So reviewing it, kind of monitored it, and as the vehicle had made a U-turn, it was coming back.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him giving a narration. The video will speak for itself. So the fact that he reviewed it, he logged it in, I assume that she wants to show the video. I'm not objecting to that, but I object to a sort of running sideline play-by-play of it.
That's fine, Your Honor. It states 35. I can play that now with.
Thank you. It's sustained.
No objection.
Thank you.
Evangeline, thank you so much.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you.
Thank you so much for gifted memberships.
May I just have one moment?
Yes.
Lois Cox, thank you for gifted a membership.
Okay. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes, that is an easterly view of Albany Avenue
Like this.
at the front of the Benji's restaurant.
Okay. When you say easterly view, let me just ask you, if somebody was driving away from the screen towards the upper right, is that towards Hartford or away from Hartford?
That would be towards Hartford.
Okay.
There's a truck.
Oops, if I can, I hit the wrong. I apologize, Your Honor. I hit the wrong button.
Thank you. It was fun.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there, sir. If you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, may I ask him to go to the
Yes.
screen? Sir, if you can, just on the upper, if you could point on the upper left-hand corner of that video screen, what does that time, is that a timestamp? Is that?
The upper left, the 05/24/2019 is the date and year. Friday, and then 07:40 and 55 seconds PM.
Now, after you watched this video, sir, did you take any screenshots of the video?
Yes, I did.
You know how like
And
when
what
dogs
did you
hear
do
a
with
noise
those
and they tilt their
screenshots?
head? I feel like that's what we're all doing.
Once I took the screenshots, I'd saved them, printed them out, and I ultimately disseminated it to the Troop G office.
Mercy, thank you for the gift of membership.
I believe this is States 34. Your Honor, at this time, there are 2 items on States 34 that are for ID only, unless council has no objection at this point.
No objection.
Then if we can move the entire of States 34 as a full exhibit, those 2 items that the state is planning on introducing at this time also appear on Sergeant Ventresca's as ID. But if they are moved as full now.
Stage 34 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Aaron,
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you what's been in Martha's picture 3 out of States 34. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That is a screenshot of the Ford Raptor.
Is that the screenshot that you took
Yes, it is.
and disseminated?
Yes, it is.
In picture 4.
Thank you, Robert McNamara. Thank you, thank you.
That is another screenshot of the Ford Raptor.
And is that the screenshot that you took
Yes, it is.
and disseminated?
Yes.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Thank you.
Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Refer to you as detective. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
It's like Christmas, no questions. Oh.
And
Thank you
Your
all for
Honor,
all
I
the gifted
believe if I
memberships.
can, Josh Quint, please.
And super chats. Thank you, thank you. Poor jurors had to stand on their heads. Yeah. It's like when a dog hears a sound and it's like, that's how I feel. I feel like we're all looking at our computer doing that. Falls off chair. I always feel like I'm going to do that one day. I'm going to like lean or laugh or react too much and fall out of my chair right here.
As the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Yes. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Joshua, last name Quint.
And your position?
Connecticut State Police.
And you may be seated. Thank you.
All that whispering is creepy in headphones. He has blonde eyebrows like me. I feel like he and I should be friends. Oh. Who's froze? Are y'all froze?
I may, Your Honor.
True Crime Ranch, it retracted it for some reason. Joshua.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Quint, by whom are you currently employed?
The Connecticut State Police
And how long have you worked for the Connecticut State Police?
for about 6 months.
For about 6 months?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what's your position with the Connecticut State Police?
I currently work as a criminal analyst for the state police.
Okay, what is an analyst?
The analyst provides investigative support to detectives, troopers, patrol officers. We just assist with investigations, whether by whatever means we can, whether that be law enforcement technology or commercial or law enforcement databases.
Are you a sworn police officer?
I am not.
Okay. So prior to working for the Connecticut State Police, what did you do?
I worked for the Hartford Police as a crime analyst, and I spent 6 years there.
Particularly where?
At the Hartford Police Department, our unit was called C4.
What is C4?
C4 is the Capital City Command Center.
C4 is so cool.
Hence the 4 Cs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long did you work at C4?
For 6 years, about 6 years.
Could you just explain what C4 is?
Holy crap.
Yes. So C4 is a unit which is assigned to the Hartford Police Department. We fall underneath the Vice Intelligence and Narcotics Division for the Hartford Police. The room, it's a big room at Jennings Road for the police department. In there, there's a bunch of TVs, a closed-circuit camera system, which belongs to the city of Hartford and the Hartford Police. And then there's a team of analysts and detectives that work in that office collaboratively together to help solve crime.
With respect to all the video screens, what is it showing?
Thank you.
A lot of them are city cameras, so they're on public poles throughout the city.
And is it a continuous or real time?
Yes, the feed is real time.
What areas do the video cameras cover?
They're placed all throughout the city in different places. It's mostly based off of infrastructure and where we could place cameras.
Evangeline Light,
And a lot of it is based off of data that we have for where violent crime occurs.
Are the cameras motion activated or continuous?
So the cameras are motion activated. When enough pixels are activated through the camera tells the recording server to record the video stream that it's getting.
And are they retained, the video?
Yes.
James, welcome.
For how long are they retained for?
Up to 30 days.
Does C4 also do other things, by the way, besides video surveillance?
We do. So we help provide, like I said before, commercial databases, law enforcement databases, so checks into those databases. In addition to that, phone forensics, video enhancement forensics, and just kind of helping detective solve their crime, whatever it may be.
And with respect to being an analyst, could you briefly describe some of your training and experience that led you to be an analyst?
Yes. So my technical career started on the early side. I worked for Apple for a very short period of time through college where I worked on phones. Following that, I did spend some time in the military where I served as a military police officer. During my time in the military, I attended a crime and criminal intelligence analyst course down at Fort Leonard Wood at the United States Military Police School. Following that, I worked for the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Defense for the Army.
And in 2019, were you working at C4?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your position?
I was a crime analyst.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to May of 2019, at the end of May. Did C4 go through video surveillance throughout Hartford at the request of law enforcement in the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes.
Were you part of that assignment?
Yes.
And specifically, what was that assignment?
I was contacted by my supervisor who had asked me to assist the New Canaan Police Department and State Police with a missing persons case. Specifically, he wanted me to check for video between the hours of 7 and 8 o'clock on the 24th.
Is that 7 and 8 o'clock p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how does that work when you, well, strike that. Let me ask a foundation question first. How many video cameras are in Hartford that C4 is capable of looking through?
So there's over 1,000 different camera views throughout the city.
Beth Anderson, thank you.
So how do you look through it for a particular item or vehicle for a particular time, say 7 to 8 o'clock?
So it can be done manually, where we can scrub through the video and actually look and find manually what we're looking for. There's another option. We have a software program called BriefCam. BriefCam is a video analytic, which I don't know if I should continue to explain.
If you can,
okay.
Please. Thank you.
BriefCam is a video analytic, and the way that it works is it looks at all the different objects that move through the frame, identifies them by what they are, whether it's a pickup truck, a bus, a van, a car, and then it also separates it out by color. So now you could use this program to then go filter and find the different objects that appeared.
And with respect to BriefCam, are you trained in it?
Yes, not formally, but on the job training.
Okay. In fact, did C4 help develop BriefCam?
We worked with the company to help further develop their platform after they let us to start using the program.
Okay. And with respect to the, was BriefCam something that you used for
yes,
this
on a daily
assignment?
basis. Yeah, yes.
Okay. And for this assignment as
yes.
well? Okay. So what did you do?
So we were given at that time frame between 7 and 8 o'clock p.m. to look for, specifically the assignment was to look for a black pickup truck, a black Ford Raptor, a white Jeep, and a black Chevy Suburban, and find something that fit those descriptions.
What day were you given that assignment?
I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. Was it after May 24th?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move on. Now, with respect to the use of BriefCam, was that utilized in the course of this assignment?
Yes.
And as a result of using BriefCam, was a video footage developed during the time of 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes. Seats 36, Your Honor. I don't believe there's any objection.
I'm looking at it right now. Let me just have one more moment to make sure.
Running out of, which one goes to here? This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have an objection to this.
Thank you. States 36 admitted as full.
Okay, Mr. Quint, I'm going to ask you to take a look behind you, please. All right, States 36. What are we looking at?
So this is the video management system. It's called Milestone. This is where all of our cameras that we live stream into the PD. This is the system that they're stored in. It's where we can export video from and pull up different views and look at the video.
Is this what you would see at C4 in 2019?
Particularly for this case, yes, this would have been the streams that we would have pulled for that.
Okay. And with respect to, I don't know if you could see it or you need to go up to the screen if I can, Your Honor, ask him to approach the screen if need be. Each camera viewpoint, I guess the grids, do they contain a separate camera?
Yes.
And with respect to the camera viewpoints that are contained on that screen, what area do they cover?
So each camera, so the top row of these cameras covers the area of Albany and Blue Hills. which is an intersection in Hartford. So there's a pan-tilt zoom camera, and then there's 3 additional fixed cameras or 4 additional fixed cameras that show the intersection around that area. The area of Albany and Garden, which is, these are all just the fixed cameras, and then the area of Albany and Center.
Now, you mentioned fixed cameras versus something else. What's the something else?
The something else is a PTZ, or pan-tilt zoom. That's how it's labeled up there. So it's a camera that we could move around at the PD, but it's also a camera that is of a higher resolution than the other ones.
With respect to, for instance, you said, I believe the first one, Albany and Blue Hills, would that be that first row?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which one is the, just going to say the movable camera, if that's okay?
It's the top left.
Okay. And the other 3 would be are in fixed points?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the movable camera, was it moved during this time period? Or how are you able to move it around?
So when in a live incident, we're able to actually use the computer program, click into the live view, and then dictate where we would like the camera to be pointed at.
When would you utilize that in a live instance?
So being part of a real-time crime center, we support a lot of shooting investigations that happen in the city. So when there's a shooting that cops may be responding to, we're pulling up these live feeds, moving the cameras to points where cars may be fleeing, where we're able to get a license plate and then develop that further.
Just, would you also utilize it if like the marathon or an event or anything like that?
Yes, marathon, the Jazz Fest, all sorts of different events in Hartford.
Is that the, that's the real-time portion of it, the real-time crime center for the C4?
Yes.
I just want to clarify, make sure we're on the same page. Now, with respect to Albany and Garden, did that have a movable camera?
It did.
Okay. And is the movable camera displayed here?
It is not.
Okay. And believe you said Albany and Center, or
yes,
is that the other one? Is that a movable camera?
The one that's up here is not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to draw your attention to, this is Albany and Blue Hills. I see the PTZ. Is that what you were talking about, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is down here? And if you can see for the record, my cursor is highlighting the bottom middle portion of the screen. But what is that?
So that's the timeline. So it shows you the date, the time of the video. That's where it is when you're playing it. The red is motion. And then as the video progresses, the bar will start to slide.
Okay. And by the way, are you able to, I guess, go back and forth between the viewing of one screen versus back to that main view and go in between?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So start playing. Sir, what's the time that this starts at?
7:29. I don't know what the seconds were because you already started playing it.
Okay. Now,
You're welcome.
I'm actually going to fast forward a little bit. And, well, while this is playing, sorry, what intersection is this?
Albany and Blue Hills.
Now, which road is Albany? If you wouldn't mind standing up and just pointing, if that's okay.
This is Albany here. It runs from east to west.
And there's a road over here on the right. What is this?
That's Adams Street.
Okay, and over here on the left?
I do not know what the name of the street is called.
Okay. And over here on this green and yellow awning side, do you know what that is?
Scott's Bakery.
Okay. And is this where the camera is? Is that an intersection?
Yes, it's pointed just past the intersection. The intersection would actually be below the view.
Okay. And if you were traveling, say, up towards the middle of the camera, that way if you see the cursor going upwards, is that towards Hartford or away from Hartford?
That's away from Hartford.
Okay, so Hartford would be coming towards the bottom portion of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you utilize brief cam on this camera?
Yes.
And again, what information did you put into brief cam?
So we were given a time frame between 7 and 8 o'clock, specifically to look for A black truck, or a black Ford Raptor, a white Jeep.
Was it, well, with respect to the black Ford truck, were you giving the information of a black Ford truck or a black Ford Raptor?
We were given specifically a black Ford Raptor.
Okay. And is this the video that Brief Cam gave you?
Yes.
Sir, if you were to go back to that main screen, would it continue the same time frame?
Yes.
Okay. If you can have a seat, sir. Or I might just, I'll probably be asking you to get up again. But so if I go back to the main screen, the camera view right next to it, is that time now, I paused it at 7:32:05. Is that time picking up at 7:32:05?
Yes, ma'am, it's a continuation.
It's a continuation? Okay. And with respect to this camera, if I can, where is this camera located?
So this is the southeast corner, right behind the telephone pole would be at McDonald's.
Okay. And what road is this vehicle turning down?
This is Milford Street.
And is this one of those cameras that can be moved?
No.
Oops, sorry. Now, does Albany Avenue have cameras, or I'm sorry, not Albany Avenue, does C4 have cameras down that street, that Milford Street that was in that direction?
We do not.
Okay, are the only cameras that relate to this along Albany Avenue?
For this incident, yes.
Okay. And is there another camera that picks up that truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the McDonald's. Is that?
That is, yep.
Okay, so we're still at the same.
I'm gonna pause it for a second. I'm missing stuff. I'm trying to. Okay, Kayleen, thank you for super chat. KDC member for 7 months. Ellie Veldman gifted 5 memberships. Jackie, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I missed so much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missed stuff. I've had a really tough few months, and the support means a lot to me. It just means a lot to me, and I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up. Thank you so much. We hit 15,000. I'm trying to get my shit together. Thank you so much. my God. Oh. Thank you so much, y'all. It's been a tough road the last few months, and I needed something positive, and this is it's a big milestone, and it makes me really happy. Celine, okay, thank you. I know I've missed a lot of y'all. I'm so sorry. Melissa Ann, thank you. Goodness gracious, I'm not normally a crier. Oh. Get some water. Oh. Yay, our little family is 15,000. That's awesome. Thank y'all so much. I'm trying to click on stuff. I know I'm missing stuff, and I'm so sorry. Oh. Thank you so much for the memberships and the super chats and the likes and the shares, and more importantly, just for spending your time with me. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much. I'll turn it back on so you don't have to listen to me blubbering.
Same intersection, sir. Where is the Milford Street that the truck went down?
So it would be on this side of the view.
Okay.
It would continue down on that south.
So, is there a way in this road right up here?
That's a plaza entrance.
Oh.
Maybe I'm a little bit of a crier now. Oh.
And last you indicated there was a fourth camera. Here, I'm actually just going to scroll back. Which camera angle is this, sir?
So this is another one of those fixed cameras, and this is northbound. This road here would be Milford Street, and this would be Football.
Attorney Manning, it is now about 11:16. We should probably take our morning recess.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess and resume at 11:30. Thank you. Please do not discuss the case.
These or should I return to city clerk? Keep them.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't realize the time was.
All rise. This Honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Oh, God. Okay, so oh, God. I can't get myself together. So, he forgot to tell him to not talk about it. Well, you know they're going to. They can't get their lives together. The jurors. You know that if you've been with us for a while, that we have a tradition. I have a jar that I keep with wine corks with special occasions on it, and it's like when important things happen, and we started doing them here when we would have big milestones, and so we write on the cork, and I put it in there with all my special occasion corks. I used to do it because I would open a bottle of wine for special occasion stuff, but I can't drink that much anymore, so to keep up with it. So So, but I've got the wine cork so we can put, thank y'all so much. So we can put this, add this to our special occasion wine cork jar. So, oh, get yourself together, Brandi. All right, 1, 22, 24. All right, so we got the date. $15K. So I got the date and 15K. So that'll go in our special occasion jar. It means a lot to me because it's, oh shit. It's just been a really hard few months, and the support just means a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. And seeing, oh God, seeing our little family grow means a lot to me, and I appreciate it. So yay. All right. Getting myself together. I know I missed a lot of stuff in chat. I'm sorry. I'll go back and watch and make note of it all. I know I missed a lot, and I'm sorry, but get it together. Get it together. Thank you so much. Yay, cheers to the next 15K. Okay. All right. Oh, God. Get myself together. God, we're at 15,037 now. 15,038. Who knew? All right, let's skip forward through their break. Oh. Get back. All right, let's see. Okay. Oh.
Please be seated. Thank you. We are waiting for
Well, I'm
Attorney
assuming-
McGinnis.
Got it.
Assuming the,
Thank you.
this is like stuck. Can you run it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, wait. Oh, I see what the
you know, let me stick this one out. Might be easier. Oh, it keeps popping out, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the problem. It keeps popping out. But let's see if I hold the back of it for you.
This is why we're useless. Did you get it?
I think so. There.
Get it?
Sorry, I was helping with your jump.
We can bring the jury back in.
Thank you.
There we go. Does Your Honor want Mr. Quint back on the stand?
Yes.
I think he's been outside. Oh, Sean, can you go get that? Come on up.
Say hi.
Thank you.
Okay, would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Quint, you may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Let me actually go back a moment, sir, and go to this first Albany and Blue Hills camera, if I can. Your Honor, the state is also going to open, I believe, what was
The yard
State's
goats that did it.
34. All right, sir, do you see the two items, maybe a little squished together, but do you see them on the screen behind you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the video, Albany and Blue Hills, if you can, could you please show the intersection if it appears?
Yes.
Okay. And the Blue Hill Street, sir?
This is Blue Hills here. This is Albany.
Okay. And Milford?
And this is Milford Street.
Okay. And there's the McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You could have a seat. Now, did the brief cam pick up that car on another camera?
Yes.
Which camera, sir?
It picked it up at both Albany and Garden and the intersection of Albany and Center.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass out.
Let's see if I can. What camera angle is that, sir?
So this is the intersection of Albany and Garden, and this camera is faced westbound and also kind of covers the south part of Garden Street.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
Sir, which street is Albany Avenue?
This is Albany Avenue.
And same questions as before. If you're driving upward away from the camera, is that towards Hartford or away?
Going westbound would be away from Hartford, so that would be going towards West Hartford.
So going towards Hartford would be bottom of the camera?
Correct.
Okay, is this on the same side as the last one, basically?
Yes, it's on the south side.
Okay. And this road that intersects with Albany over on the left?
Garden Street.
That's Garden Street. And this establishment, do you know what it is?
It's had a bunch of names over the past couple of years, so I don't know what it was called then.
Okay. And I'm actually going to increase the time to 7:38. So for the record, 7:38:08.
Tell RA hi. advocate. I got your gift card. Thank you.
Now, sir, I'm going to ask you the same question with respect to the map. This is Albany and Garden.
Yes.
Is that depicted on the map on States 34?
It is. Albany and Garden is the intersection here.
Thank you, CashApp.
Actually gonna, which side of the street is the camera angle, sir?
So the camera is on the southeast corner.
And Garden Street, if you could just point it out.
Garden Street is here. This is Albany Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Now, is this a movable or fixed camera view?
This is a fixed camera.
Okay. And what camera angle is this, sir?
So this is another fixed camera view, but this is faced east.
And the road on the right?
This, you're talking about this one?
Yes, please.
This would be Garden Street. This is Albany Avenue.
Okay. And same questions, Albany Avenue, if you keep driving straight, does that go to the Hartford or away from Hartford?
It's still going further into Hartford.
Okay. Now, is this a view that brief cam picked up?
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't paid attention. I haven't heard a word. I know we're still doing the tour of trash cans. Hey, Jimmy Lawson. Tour of trash cans.
Actually, I'll go back a little. This camera view, sir.
So this is another fixed camera at Albany and Garden, and it covers the eastbound direction and the northbound direction. This is Albany Ave. This is Garden Street.
Okay. This isn't one of those movable ones?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to the garbage can, is that the same garbage can that we saw on the screen before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I have a quick question, sir. Do you see that black truck that's on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, just following that up.
Thank you.
What's the difference between the two? Did Brief Cam pick up that other black truck?
It did as a black pickup.
Okay, but not as a Ford Raptor?
So Brief Cam doesn't specify make and model of vehicle, it just specifies black or pickup. There's a few things that are unique about the Ford Raptor compared to the other truck.
And what was that?
The tonneau cover in the back, the covering on the bed of the truck. The Ford Raptor has hood scoops on the front, so little indentations on the front of the hood.
Okay, and so when you're going through this video, were you looking at all the trucks that were black and pickup trucks?
Yes, that's where we started.
Okay, and then you started, so were you able to narrow it further?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
Once we started to see the same trucks stopping and putting garbage bags and random garbage cans.
Okay. So what angle is this?
So this is a fixed camera at the intersection of Albany and Center, and this camera is faced westbound.
Hi, 80s. Jerry gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
I'm going to stop here, 73947. Do we see that same truck, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the truck from, that I pointed out before?
I believe so,
The
yes.
same, okay.
Thank you, Julie. Happy 8 months.
No, stop it there. So I'm going to go back to picture 1 with the map. If you can, is the area of that intersection depicted on this screen?
Yeah, it's going to be over here.
Yeah,
it's about the camera's about here.
Okay.
In between Green and Center.
So Green Street is right here.
Yes.
Where is Center?
This is Center Street here.
Okay.
Goes north-south.
And this restaurant, Island Fish Head Restaurant, do you recall, do you know, if you do, if that was Island Fish Head Restaurant in 2019? I'm sorry?
No.
It wasn't, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Stop at 74112. Sir, what street is this?
Green Street.
Okay. And again, if you were driving, let me zoom back in. If you were driving Albany Avenue going to the left corner, upper left corner, which direction are you traveling now?
So if you're traveling this direction, it would be traveling west.
Okay, is that towards Hartford or away?
It would be towards West.
West Hartford?
Yes.
Okay, so if you were traveling towards the bottom right, would that be into the city of Hartford?
Yes.
Okay, wait, I missed it because I've been an emotional mess. You said somebody gets a knife out of the trash can? That's news. That's new to us. Did they do it already? Do we need to rewind and see that, or do we? Or is it coming up? Because I'll be honest. Other than the tour of trash cans, I have no idea what's going on in the last 30 minutes.
Sir, what intersection are we at again?
So this is Albany and Blue Hills.
Is this the same camera that we started with?
Yes.
Okay. And
No one knows.
I apologize. Back at the map, sir, if you could just point out where we are now.
It's coming up, so we all gotta start paying attention.
This is Milford Street, Albany Avenue, Blue Hills Avenue, and the camera is located in this southeast corner.
Is the camera angled towards Hartford or away from Hartford?
It's faced west.
So away from Hartford?
Away from Hartford.
Thank you. I'm going to fast forward a little bit to about 7:47:21. And again, sir, the street that's up here on the right, where the cursor is, do you see that?
That's Adams Street.
Okay.
My eyes are swollen. Oh. Welcome, Rebecca. Thank you, Iowa Backyard Cam. It's at 15,071 now. Hey, Bacon Bit. It might have been me, Laura. I have my water.
Thank you, sir. If you can have a seat. Your Honor, the state's intention at this time is to ask about the witness and inquire about some further video that was obtained. I believe there's an objection to it at this time.
Well, that's fairly general, so the court does not know what the video evidence is or what the objection is.
Can we have a sidebar, please?
Connie Munster, let's do a poll. Finally catching my breath. Let's do a poll. Do you think Michelle knew what Fotis was throwing away? Yes or no? Whew. Goodness gracious. Okay. I think I personally think she did, but we'll have to see what they can prove, I guess. But phone records and stuff like that, and like text messages and all that, are going to play a big part in that. Okay. I'm breathing now. All right. Michelle dropping some evidence down the drain, not picking up gum off the sidewalk. Well, now the stuff that was dropped, the license plates, that was one of the things that somebody had said, that she was the one that dropped the license plates. But the license plates, they said it's Fotis on camera. In the documents, it says that it's Fotis on camera doing that at I can't remember, the corner of something and something roads. Hartford and one of them, I can't remember maybe, but when they describe her leaning over there in the documents, they said it looked like she was either, I think they said she was either putting something down or picking something up. But, you know, oh God, my brain is so foggy right now. Get yourself together, Brandi. Okay. Get yourself together. So the actual, I don't know what all they put in what drains, but I know that whatever, I have it in my notes, but whatever area it was, it looked like he was paused for a second because he was so still. Whatever intersection it was where they put the license plates, they said that they had video of Fotis doing that. We haven't seen that yet, but a lot of this we haven't seen yet. They only leased like little bits of this. Oh. I think the weather tech Matt from the Suburban gives it all away. Yeah, when you see him carrying that over there to that one trash can, and of course it's missing, that, you know, that's easy to spot in those videos. Yeah, nobody would pick up gum. She has to be, like, I mean, I would hope nobody would pick up gum. Look, I don't know what y'all do in your free time, but let's see. Are we paused? He's frightfully good at statue pose. He is, but look, every once in a while, I keep looking, and then every once in a while he'll blink, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, he's there. Here, we can. They're still arguing. This is a long pause. Here they come. Oh.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. The state's intention now to play States 37 and inquire for the witness, Your Honor. Sir, if I may, Mr. Quint, prior to playing anything, were you asked to get, or was further video from C4 regarding the intersection of Albany Avenue and Garden Street obtained?
Yes.
Okay, and what time period?
We were asked to save from the 24th to the 30th.
Okay. Was brief cam used at all during that time period?
I don't recall.
Okay, was that video given to anybody?
Yes.
Who was it given to?
The state police.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time the state would offer 512. I can play it for the witness, but I don't know if counsel wishes to make an objection at this time.
And if I may just inquire whether this is the a proper witness for that, if I may?
Your Honor, this Mr. Quint works at C4. I plan on opening up the video and inquiring the same questions as before, which is what camera this is and
My question is, did this witness then obtain the one, or he used the word "we," which usually suggests it wasn't, unless it's the royal we? It may not have been him, so I just want to clarify that.
From the court's discussions, this witness can only testify as to the date, time, and location of the camera. That's what the court understands.
Yes, Your Honor, that is all I'm going to inquire from this witness, is which camera this is, the date, the time it shows, and then the state's intention is to offer the video and then rest with Mr. Quint.
I just want to, it's from a different day. I just want to clarify, we're talking about a different day?
We are talking about a different day.
Then I would just say that it's not relevant to Ms. Troconis, but that's my objection.
Okay, thank you. Overruled.
Thank you. So I'm going to have you take a look behind you if you can. Now, sir, we only see three, pictures on the screen. What location are these camera angles, please?
So the first one on the top left, that's Albany Garden, aerospace southeast. The second one on the top right is Albany Garden, and the camera is faced west. And then the last one is Albany Garden, and the camera is again faced east.
And if you wouldn't mind, Albany and Garden West, what is the date and time of this video?
It's May 26th, 2019 at 6:48 a.m.
Thank you. Sir, you can have a seat if you can. Thank you. And this camera angle
This is faced east.
of that same intersection
Yes, Albany and Garden.
and the date and time.
This is May 26th, 2019 at 6:49 a.m.
It's my daddy's birthday. Uh-oh. There's the guy in the red shirt. Alert, alert. Red shirt man. Those are really good cameras. Like really good cameras.
Stop at 6:52:17. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination, attorney showing order.
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Quint, you may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state has Mr. Atmore, or I should say Trooper Atmore.
Whew. Yeah, it looked like he was dumpster diving. I guess he's looking for stuff to sell or whatever.
you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Brett Atmore, B-R-E-T-T, A-T-T-M-O-R-E.
And your affiliation?
I'm with the Connecticut State Police.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, it's good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. What is your current assignment with the Connecticut State Police?
I'm the resident trooper in Barkhamsted.
Okay. How long have you been the resident trooper at Barkhamsted?
2.5 years.
Prior to that, what did you do?
On and off, I've been a patrol trooper, and then I spent about 5 years in major crime.
When you say major crime, was there a particular division or department you were assigned to?
I was assigned out of the Troop H office, and prior to that, out of the Westbrook Troop F office.
Troop H, what does that cover?
That's all of the, there's 13 different towns, highways, state buildings, prisons.
In what areas?
Hartford, greater Hartford area.
So were you a part of the Central District Major Crimes?
I was.
Okay. For what years were you assigned to the Central District Major Crimes?
2016 to 2020.
And with respect to, what types of investigations does Central District Major Crime investigate?
Mostly larger scale crimes, felonies, robberies, homicides, that sort of, the more major crimes.
And who was your sergeant in 2019?
It would be Matt Gonzalez.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to 2019 around the time of May 30th, okay?
Yeah.
Now, were you called to assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes.
What was your assignment on that day?
My supervisor had me go to C4, which is part of Hartford PD. They have surveillance, cameras accessed all around the city, and I was specifically tasked with looking for a pickup truck, a black Ford F-150 Raptor, traveling in the city on the 24th of May.
Was there a specific time frame you were asked to look for?
It was roughly 7:30 p.m.
Now, did you go to C4?
I did.
What day did you go to C4?
May 30th.
Now, did you review anything or watch any video cameras at C4?
I did.
By the way, as part of Central District Major Crimes, did you work with C4 on multiple occasions?
We did, yes.
Okay, so you were aware of its capabilities?
I was.
So with respect to, I believe it states 36. Sir, briefly, I'm going to have you take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
Cameras along Albany Ave, I believe, in Hartford.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at C4 that day, did you observe, if I can, this video footage, 7:39:05.
Yes.
Where were you when you watched this?
I was at C4 in Hartford.
Did you have any other officers with you?
No, other than maybe the random Hartford police officer in the building, no one from our agency.
Now, after watching this video clip, did you take any action?
I did.
What did you do?
I notified my supervisor, Matt Gonzalez, about what I'd seen, specifically the trash getting dropped off in multiple City of Hartford garbage cans, in order to get an evidence collection team to go and access those or seize the contents.
When you notified your sergeant, well, when did you do that?
Right after I saw it.
Were you still physically at C4
I was,
when you
yeah.
called him? Why did you do that right away?
Just in the event that the trash got picked up, got meddled with, I don't know. I wanted to have someone out there as soon as possible.
And what day was this? What was the date?
The 30th
The
of
30th
May.
of May? Okay.
Yeah.
With respect to the screen behind you, sir, if you can draw your attention, if you could watch 73926.
They really are like high def cameras.
I'll stop it at 73938. With respect to this garbage can, did you notify your sergeant with respect to that?
I did.
As well as this one?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you look at other cameras as well?
I did.
Which ones?
There was one captured Albany and Milford Street. One that was Albany and Garden.
Okay. Well,
another one at Albany and Green.
Okay.
And I think the last one was Albany and Adams.
do you see what's depicted here?
I do.
Okay, this is Albany and Blue Hills, I guess. If you can, sir, I'm gonna draw your attention to 74722. Now, sir, is this a video recording that you watched on May 30th, 2019?
Yeah.
Sir, did you take any action with respect to anything really after watching this video?
Again, I notified my supervisor about the location of this particular instance. It looked like a sewer, and that something was placed in it.
Let me ask you that, actually, if I can, go back just briefly. Did you notify your supervisor with respect to the garbage can?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you on still at C4 when you made that call?
I was.
Now, you also mentioned the sewer grate. Where is that located on the screen?
Kind of right up by the passenger door of the truck.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, if you could go up and point.
Right here.
See, I wonder how many other
Pointing to
times.
the middle right side. Thank you, sir.
I wonder how many other times she like did stuff like that, because there's, with the way that some of the camera angles are, we can't really see her doing a whole lot, but the fact that she's putting something down there, I wonder what it was. Because like I said, the only thing that I've actually heard that they recovered from the storm drains was the license plates, but of course those weren't at this one. That was a different intersection, but those are the only things that I saw on the documents that were actually recovered from the storm drains. But whatever she put in there, it looked like it was small, so it might not be able to be recovered, but it makes me wonder what it could have been.
And you also mentioned, I believe, Albany and Green, was that correct?
Yes.
If I may, I'm going to go to Albany and Center camera.
It does look bad for her.
741, please. Did you observe this while you were on C4 property?
I did.
And did you inform anybody after what you saw on this?
Yeah, again, I notified my supervisor.
Did you actually go to Albany Avenue, sir?
No.
Okay. Now, do you recall what time of day this was that you watched these videos?
I believe it was around 3 p.m.
And after watching these videos and informing your sergeant, did you review other video from C4?
I did.
And what video did you review?
There was more video of the corner of Albany and Garden, and it was played up till I think the 26th of May.
Why did you look for Albany and Garden video?
That was a garbage can that we saw trash placed in, and we were just interested to see if it had been picked up already by the garbage service in the city.
Just to be clear, the video you watched of the trash being placed in trash was placed in on what day?
The 24th.
Okay, and you watched it on which date?
The 30th.
Okay. Did you watch, when you watched the video from the 24th, how far did you get, or how long did you watch the video for to determine if the trash had been picked up from that garbage can?
It was determined that particular garbage can was picked up on the 28th.
Okay. How do you know that?
We could see the garbage truck picking up the garbage can.
So did you watch the video for that time?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And do you know what time the trash can came and picked up that video?
I'd have to reference my report for the exact time on the 28th.
Do you have any idea, or would you refresh your recollection, take a look at your report?
It would refresh my recollection.
Okay.
If I could look at that.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. If I may just approach the clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mistrial.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 38 for ID. I'm going to draw your attention to the second page, last paragraph. Please don't read it out loud. Take a minute and take a look at that, please.
Okay, look, about 4:10 p.m. is when it got picked up.
It was PM or AM? It does, or does it not say?
It doesn't say.
So
It does say hours, so maybe 4:10 a.m.
Okay, if I can have that back. Are you sure for 10 AM? Or
Yeah, yeah.
Could I have that marked for ID, please?
It is.
Oh, thank you. And what's the number?
It is 38. Now, in your review of that video, sir, that was Albany and Green? Or, I'm sorry, Albany and Garden?
Albany and Garden.
Yes. Did you watch it to see, or were you aware of any video of anybody else rifling through that garbage can?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking this witness to characterize what was being seen in the videos. The jury saw it, they can speak for themselves.
Well, the question,
I'm not. Do you want me to
the
put on
question
1.25?
is, did you observe anyone else rifling through the trash?
I apologize, Your Honor, I will rephrase. Sir, did you see anybody else go through that garbage can?
Yes.
Okay, at what time, or when, I should say?
It was on the 26th of May, sometime around 6 a.m. If I could reference my report, I could give you a more accurate time.
May I first report, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, case 939 for ID. Again, please, I'll draw your attention to page 2. If you can, don't read it out loud, just take a look and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the time.
Okay, it does.
And what was the time?
6:51 a.m.
Thank you. May I have it? I'm going to draw your attention to States 37. Please take a look. Play, please, Albany and Garden. $650.25.
They were, all of this stuff was happening around the time
Sir,
that
just without
she went
asking you anything,
or that she was reported.
without saying anything anybody said or anything like that, just yes or no, sir, were you able to find the identity of who that person was?
We were.
That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
I just would like to just look at the reports for a minute. Do you have one there in front of you?
No, I don't.
Oh, gosh, here we go. Here we go. Lord of mercy. Having such a good day. Now here he comes, going to ruin it for us all. Just joking. So all this, the tour of trash cans was
Sir, I just have
tour
a
day
couple
trash
of
cans.
questions. So you had the
It was around 7 that night.
snippets from these C4 video downloaded onto some kind of drive for you, correct?
Correct.
Was that on a flash drive, a DVD? What was it given to you on?
I believe it was a flash drive.
Did you pick what you wanted to have downloaded?
They had already assembled a footage of this vehicle's travels on Albany Ave. That's what I took.
Oh, so they didn't make you sit there and watch like 24 or 48 hours of video yourself?
Well, no, we were watching the truck, yeah.
And then, when you say they, who's they was watching?
The analysts at C4 that were assisting.
Right, so you didn't look to see if anyone else came by or anyone else went through or dropped anything off besides that, correct?
Correct.
In all 30 trash cans.
And I just want to be clear about the garbage truck you mentioned. You saw in one of the videos a garbage truck pick up trash along Albany Avenue and that, at least some of those receptacles, right?
One of them, yeah.
And that was on May, you said 28th?
Correct.
According to the time, right?
According to the time.
Did you actually download that video as well?
Yes.
I think that's it. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just one. So with respect to the garbage truck that you saw, did you see that garbage truck stop at what location and pick up trash?
That was Albany and Garden.
Okay, but you didn't see it pick up trash at the other locations?
I didn't.
Thank you.
Did you watch the multiple days from the 24th to 28th to see if any others got picked up?
No.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Mr. Atmore, you may step down.
Thank you, Ron.
Your Honor, with respect to our next witness, I believe he was told to come for 1. We are ending the morning a little early.
So you expect him for 2 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are disappointed in that, we're sorry. We'll take our luncheon recess until 2 o'clock and resume with the state's witness at that time. Please do not discuss the case and have a good lunch.
Quit coughing.
All rise. This Honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2. Please exit the courtroom.
Like, you know, when we're watching these trials, oh, you waking up? Are you waking up, sweet girl? Say hi. You want to say hi to your friends? Are you waking up? Say hi. Say hello. Say hello to your friend. Say hello to your friends. Oh, goodness gracious. The defendants, you know, are innocent unless proven guilty, but we already know that she's an adulterer, so I'm already mad at her. So, it looks like trial day 7, afternoon. So they came back. They haven't come back. They haven't come back. Well, I thought we would be 30 minutes behind, but we are, this is today's thing, and this is live, and it looks like they're late. Apparently. Got a little bit of movement, but yeah.
Good afternoon,
Oh.
Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please
Oh,
be
perfect
seated. Thank you.
timing. Look at us go. Look at us go. We 15K plus jurors love you, Brandi. Thanks for your hard work and dedication. Healing prayers sent up for you. Thank you so much, Casey Bamagal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. What a day. What a day. Now that I've got my life a little bit together, I was not feeling 100% today. It's Monday. Who does? But I've just been very overwhelmed. Lucy got in her little bed. I'll add Lucy Cam now. I've been very overwhelmed, and so today was just like all of the love and support just kind of hit me hard. Woosie, say hi to your friends. Look at that little baby. Look at that little baby. She got a haircut this weekend finally. She was so shaggy. Don't be offended. I didn't mean it in a bad way. You're still cute when you're shaggy. But she was so shaggy, I hadn't been able to get her a haircut, and I finally was able to get her a haircut this weekend. And now she looks like a little muskrat. A cute muskrat, though. Oh, goodness gracious. It couldn't have happened on a better day. Yeah. Oh, don't you know it. Don't you know it. We needed that today. Oh, we needed that today. Allie B, you want to watch live. Yeah, we saw a guy getting a knife or getting something out of a trash can. They haven't told us what it is yet, I guess. Or did they? I don't know. Look, honestly, this morning has been a blur. I know that we've watched La Tour des Trash Cans, but a lot of it's a blur. So, yeah, she's staring at me right now. It's a little uncomfortable when you stare at me so intently. It's not normal. Oh, you want a treat, don't you? Okay. That's what it is. Here, you want a treat? Nope, still just going to stare at me? All right. That's all right, too. Nosy little thing. Look how cute she is with her little butt. You're very precious. Eat your treat. Eat your treat. Oh, goodness. Let's see. My Luna went to, and I'm not happy with the job that they did. It was a new place since my old groomer moved. So sad. Oh, my gosh. I took her one time. I was like, oh, my gosh. My 7-year-old niece could have done a better job. It was so bad. I told her, I was like, maybe we shouldn't take you on walks for a few weeks. No offense. Don't look at me like that. It was bad. It was bad. I know, I shouldn't have said that word. You're right. I should not have said that word out loud. Well, y'all heard when I said O-U-T the other day. I said that word and she popped up immediately. It was really funny. What is happening with, okay, let me double check and make sure it's not just this stream for some reason. Nope, it's not. Nope, it's not. I don't know why. I said the word, I know. It's bad. It's bad. All right, well, I don't know what's happening. Was Donna Adelson hearing today? Was it? I thought I had her for the 30th. Hold on, let me look at my calendar. My handy dandy calendar. I didn't have it written for today. But I also have some saved in my phone that I saw when I wasn't here. So she very well may have, and it's just not on my calendar. this morning, I think. Okay. Well, here, let's look it up and see. Let's see what happened. All right, let's see.
Also during this hearing today. Ms. Dugan, concerning discovery that's been turned over to the defense, are there any new or additional matters that have yet not been turned over at this point?
Not that I know of. I know that Mr. Rashbaum had an issue receiving something via OneDrive and was going to get a copy of a hard drive today from our office, so it's ongoing.
Right. Mr. Rashbaum, with regard to your review of this discovery, obviously you need to get everything the state needs to turn over, but is your review as such where we're going to need another case management in the next few months, or do you think we're in a position to start talking trial dates?
Judge, I think we'd ask for a case management sooner, maybe in 3 weeks. I think we'll have a better idea then. The state's been working diligently with us on the discovery. But I think we'll have a better idea in the next 3 weeks or so.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, there is a matter that I am going to have to address with you as well concerning conflicts that would be related to your counsel in this representation. I'm going to need to swear you in and take some brief testimony from you. And from there, I'll continue with the attorneys. Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, do you understand under the Constitution you have the right to conflict-free representation?
I do.
As it relates to your current attorney, Mr. Rashbaum, representing you, you understand that he has certain duties as it relates to his prior representation with your son?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
You understand his prior duty of confidence that he must maintain under the rules of professional responsibility in some way could affect your representation?
I do, Your Honor.
And you also understand in deciding whether or not to waive any conflict concerning this matter, you have the right to obtain independent counsel on that matter?
I do, Your Honor.
Have you been able to discuss with independent counsel whether or not you waive any conflicts as it relates to the prior representation of your son?
I have, Your Honor.
And are you in fact waiving any such conflicts?
I am, Your Honor.
There is a second issue as well as it relates to the rules of professional responsibility for attorneys. There's another prohibition within them that deals with the matter of an attorney possibly being a witness in a case. I do not know if the state would seek to call your attorney as a witness for any matter. However, you understand an attorney cannot be both advocate and witness in the same case.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Do you understand as well if the state attempted to call your attorney for any reason that could materially affect your defense?
I understand.
Do you also understand you have the right to obtain independent counsel to assist you in making the decision as to whether or not you wish to waive this conflict, or even potential of conflict, I should say?
Yes, I'm aware of that, Your Honor.
And do you waive this potential conflict as well?
I do.
Mr. Rashbaum, do you wish there to be any further inquiry as it would pertain to Lazarley versus state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Adelson. That will conclude all testimony that I will need from you today. Does the defense have anything that it wishes to raise this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan, does the state have anything that it wishes to raise?
No, sir.
Very well. So we can settle on another date for case management coming up. You were asking for 3 weeks from now, Mr. Rushbaum?
That would be great, Your Honor, if you could accommodate. Somewhere near that.
Right. I have case management coming up again on February 12th. However, that's my normal case management day. Is this something that we're going to be able to accomplish within the normal time confines, or we're going to need a carve-out
It's got one more
date?
minute. We'll watch the last
Ms.
minute
Dugan?
of this.
I don't expect any issue would take more than 10 or 15 minutes, so I think a regular court day would be fine.
Very well. February 12th at 2:30 in the afternoon. We will schedule the next case management date. Ms. Abelson, once again, you will appear by Zoom, but your counsel will be in the courtroom and you will be able to hear him, obviously, in preparation for any court date. Either him or Mr. Morris can visit with you and discuss all pertinent matters. One question that I did have for the defense as well, is there going to be a waiver of speedy trial, or do we know when the 175th day is going to be if we need to start thinking about calendaring a trial?
There's not going to be a waiver yet, Your Honor. I don't know when the 175th day is, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. We're working diligently with the state to try to figure out the trial date.
Right. Ms. Dugan, do you wish to be heard as to that issue?
No, sir.
Very well. With that being said, that covers everything.
All right, so let's go to our live.
Go ahead.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, there's a witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Michael Buton, Jr., last name B-E-A-U-T-O-N.
And your affiliation?
I'm a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police.
Sergeant Buton, you may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Newton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant, how long have you been employed with the state police?
Approximately 16 years.
What were some of your initial assignments with the state police?
I started my career with the state police in November of 2007. I attended the training academy for approximately 7 months. We were trained in criminal investigation, accident investigation, firearms, emergency vehicle operations, etc. I tested on those subjects. Graduated in May of 2008. I was assigned to Troop G in Bridgeport as a patrol trooper, where I spent about 10 years as a trooper there. I had some ancillary duties during my time there. I was a patrol canine handler who was cross-trained in narcotics detection. I was also a member of the State Police Tactical Unit. I was a tactical operator and assistant team leader on the West TAC team. 2018 is when I was transferred to Western District Major Crime as a detective, when I was stationed at the Troop G office in Bridgeport.
Prior to becoming a state police officer, did you serve in a branch of the United States military?
I did.
Which branch, sir?
I was in the United States Marine Corps.
And did you serve in any wars?
I did.
Which war?
I spent a little bit of time in Afghanistan, and I was deployed with the infantry in a combat tour to Fallujah, Iraq.
What years were you with the United States Marines?
2001 to 2006.
Directing your attention now to May of 2019, what unit of the state police were you assigned to?
In May of 2019, I was a detective assigned to the Western District Major Crime Squad.
Have you since ascended to becoming a sergeant?
Yes, I have.
What year did that take place?
I was promoted to sergeant April of 2022.
Are you still with the Western District Major Crime?
No, I'm not.
Where are you currently assigned?
Presently assigned as a detective sergeant with Central District Major Crime Squad. I supervise the Troop H CI office in Hartford.
And just for the jury's benefit, when you say CI office, what does CI stand for?
Criminal investigation.
I want to direct your attention now to May 28, 2019, a Tuesday. Did you become involved in the Jennifer Dulos investigation?
Yes, I did.
How did you learn about this case?
From a phone call from my supervisor.
Where did you report on May 28, 2019?
That morning, I reported to the New Canaan Police Department.
Why did you report to the New Canaan Police Department?
So we were assisting the New Canaan Police with a missing persons investigation. And since they were the primary for the case, we worked out of their police department. The crime scene was in New Canaan. The person who was missing resided in New Canaan. So the command staff at the time felt that that was the best place to work from. So that's why we were there.
Approximately how many troopers and New Canaan police personnel were working out of the police department when you arrived on May 28th?
Quite a few.
Were you given any specific tasks on that day?
Yes, I was.
What types of tasks were you given?
So myself and Detective Sergeant Duva went over to 69 Wells Lane, and we went into the 3-bay garage. I was assigned by Sergeant Ventresca to take photographs of the shelving units that were in the, I guess you'd call it the 3rd garage bay. So if you're facing the bays, there are 3. It would be the far right bay. So I took photographs of the shelves, and the purpose of those photographs were to then interview the nanny of the family for the children down in New York City, and we wanted to show her those pictures to see if she could identify any items that may be out of place or missing, or that she didn't recognize. So that was the purpose of those photographs.
If I were to show you those photographs, would you recognize them, sir?
Yes, I would.
For the record, Your Honor, we're projecting State's Exhibit 16, which is a disc. Apologize, Your Honor, we're just waiting for the disc to load. And I'm going to ask, if we can begin with item number 3 in that disc. Sergeant, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that photograph of, sir?
That is a photograph of a couple of the shelving units in the right garage bay located at 69 Wells Lane, New Canaan.
Is that one of the photographs that you took when you went to 69 Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
And I'm just going to ask if we can call up item number 4 now. Could you just indicate to the jury what we're looking at here?
So this photograph is also of the shelving units that were in the garage. It's a little over from the other photograph, and it just depicts some sporting goods and Tupperware containers and some other items.
Thank you. Did you ultimately go to New York City?
Yes.
What day?
The same day.
Who, if anyone, went to New York City with you?
Detective Ryan Frechette.
What borough of New York City did you go to?
So we were in Manhattan on Park Avenue for one of the stops. I don't recall the other borough.
Specifically with respect to Miss Almeida.
It was in Manhattan.
And did you meet with her?
We did.
Approximately for how long did you meet with Miss Almeida?
I don't remember for how long. I'd have to look at my report to see. I know there's a recording of our interview with her.
Did you show her photographs of the garage that you had taken?
Yes.
And did she provide you with a statement?
She did.
After meeting with Miss Almeida on May 28th, did you perform additional tasks for the case that week?
Yes.
Describe to the jury some of the things that you did.
So we looked for video footage. We canvassed some of the areas in New Canaan to try to find video. And specifically Friday, May the 31st, I was tasked with going up to the Capital City Command Center to review some video footage with one of the intel analysts up there from items that had been recovered the night prior by the Central District Major Crime Squad. The purpose of me going up there was to ensure that nothing was missed.
Who gave you that assignment?
That was Detective Sergeant Ventresca.
And when you say the purpose of your visit was to ensure that nothing had been missed, had someone already reviewed the C4 footage at that point?
Yes, to my understanding they had.
Approximately what time of day did you arrive at C4?
It was midday, late morning, early afternoon.
And upon arrival at C4, which incidentally stands for Capital City Command Center, correct?
That is correct.
Who, if anyone, did you meet with?
I can remember a meeting with a gentleman by the name of Josh Quint, who is an intelligence analyst with the Hartford Police Department.
And when you met with Josh Quint, what did you do?
So he began to take me through some of the footage that they had found using the computer program that they have. They're able to find certain vehicles of a type and color, as I understand it. And so those folks were given the types of vehicles that we were interested in that were associated with Mr. Dulos. And so they ended up finding what appeared to be a black Ford Raptor pickup truck traveling along Albany Avenue, where Mr. Dulos had discarded several items in the city trash receptacles. So he began to show me some of that footage.
And did you have a description of Mr. Dulos prior to arriving at C4?
Yes.
And did you also have a description of someone named Michelle Troconis?
Yes, I did.
Do you see Michelle Troconis in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and tell us what article of clothing she's wearing, a shirt, color shirt?
She is seated on my right side of the table over there. She's wearing what appears to be a blue coat and a green sweater.
Judge, he identified the defendant. What was the general description of Michelle Troconis that you had?
I didn't see any
Your
photo.
Honor, hearsay?
Well, what was the general description? Well, it's offered to show, as the court hears it, what to look for.
That's right.
So overruled.
What was the general description you had of Michelle Troconis?
I didn't have a photograph of her, but I was told that she was middle-aged, tall, slender, and had brown hair.
And have you since had a chance to meet with the defendant in person?
Yes,
And did she match that general description?
she did.
As you were reviewing the C4 footage, did you review any video in which it appeared that an object consistent with a WeatherTech liner was displayed?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The video speaks for itself. The jury has now seen it multiple times. That's a leading question. It also assumes facts not in evidence, and I ask that it be stricken.
Well, the question was, did you review the video and see what would be described as a WeatherTech mat? Well, that's leading. The jury has seen the video, but the court is not certain that the jury could conclude that what came out of that vehicle was a WeatherTech mat. So as far as a leading question is concerned, the court will sustain the objection.
Did you review video in which someone, well, strike that. Did you also have a description of Mr. Dulos?
Yes, I did.
And what was that general description?
Also the same, middle-aged, white male, average height and build.
And did you review video in which Mr. Dulos had objects in his hands?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Nobody has identified the video individual at this point, so it's not only leading, but it's assuming facts not in it.
I'll rephrase. Did you review video in which someone who matched the general description of Mr. Dulos that you had been provided had objects in his hands?
Yes, I did.
All right. And can you describe for the jury, in general terms, what type of objects you viewed in this individual's hands?
Again, Your Honor, the jury has seen the video. It's not proper for this witness to editorialize about what's in the video. He can certainly testify to what he did, but to let him describe it is, I suggest, some of the jury on their own can figure that out.
Well, the court disagrees that the jury on its own can figure that out. It is not clear that the jury could figure out that what was held was a WeatherTech mat. The jury can figure out what a garbage bag looks like, but the court is going to overrule the objection.
You may answer, sir.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question for me?
Did someone who matched the general description of Mr. Dulos have any objects in his hand, and can you describe what objects you viewed?
Yes, so several. I observed the individual take what appeared to be contractor-style black garbage bags from the rear of his vehicle. What I would describe to be a square or rectangular black rubber mat, consistent with being like a floor liner or something like that.
Let's just stop there for just 1 second. If we can call up, I'm just going to ask my colleagues. This is States 36. I'm just going to ask that we pause it right there for just one moment. Sergeant Butin, is this the C4 footage that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
We're just going to pause that for 1 second. Is this the male that you were referencing earlier that matched the general description of Mr. Dulos?
Yes, it is.
All right.
They knew to look at the videos because of his phone location. They got a subpoena for his phone, or a warrant for his phone. And
Just going to pause it there. Sergeant Butin, you testified earlier that you observed this male holding what appeared to be a rubber mat. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is this the object that you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
And again, Your Honor, I just want to make clear, I'm objecting. This is lay opinion. It's speculation. There's no, from this, you could certainly not tell what material it's made out of. It's irrelevant. And I also just would throw in that it's a characterization of a video. This is not firsthand. So, and finally, this is, I would say, a violation of the Code of Evidence 4-3.
Well, the court, based on the video and the objection, would pose a question. Sergeant Butin, did you find out later that that was a square or rectangular rubber mat, or did you determine that just from this video that that was a square rectangular rubber mat?
So it appears to me just based on the video, Your Honor, but I also had knowledge of the fact that there was one missing.
Well, again, it's now.
Well, the answer is, it appears that way, but I took other things into consideration. That's the answer, which suggests to this court that the video alone does not suggest that this is a black square rubber mat. The video alone, according to this witness, he did not conclude on the video alone that that was a WeatherTech mat. So you may proceed.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're not 100% sure what that is, correct?
Absolutely not.
You're testifying it's consistent with
Again,
what appears to be.
Well,
May I
that's a
finish my
mischaracterization. It appeared to him to be a black rectangular mat. He had other information that led him to believe it was a WeatherTech mat. That's the testimony.
It appeared to be consistent with a rubber
That
mat.
court is indicating it's sustaining the objection.
You can finish playing it.
There's a lot of tension between all of them. Yeah, objection, it's a rectangle. Today's video.
Are you familiar with something known as WeatherTech liner?
Yes, I am.
What is WeatherTech liner?
They're laser cut floor liners. I actually own a pair myself. The company is here in the United States, and they basically make custom floor liners for a multitude of different vehicles, makes, models, and years and whatnot. They make front and rear floor liners, utility area liners, seat covers, etc. The commercials are all over TV.
And what material are WeatherTech liners made out of?
Black rubber material, or a hardened plastic, I guess would probably be a better description. But the mats in the back are more rubber. I think the floor liners where your feet go are harder, but the ones for the back are a little more flexible, I guess is how I describe them.
And when you say in the back, what area of the vehicle are you referring to?
The cargo
Your Honor,
area?
I'm going to object foundation, the fact that he might own an SUV or might know something about it, it's irrelevant, and he's not an expert in this area. He doesn't work for the WeatherTech or any other company that installs mats. So therefore, I would argue that this is not appropriate question.
Well, the question has to do with
Lord of
what does
mercy.
WeatherTech manufacture? That's how the court understands the question. And if he's familiar with, if this witness is familiar with what WeatherTech manufactures, the court will allow the testimony. So, overruled.
When you mention the back, what area of the vehicle are you referring to?
The cargo area, the utility area, the back of an SUV behind the seats.
It just takes so long to get through.
Did there come a point in time where you reviewed additional surveillance footage in which the person who appeared to be the same male operator discarded additional items?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Yes. So the final stop that the individual appearing to be Mr. Dulos made was on Albany Avenue in front of a Jamaican bakery, I believe at the intersection of Blue Hills Avenue. He exited his vehicle with what appeared to be maybe a pile of papers or something.
Again, Your Honor,
I don't know what it was.
I'm objecting. What appears, again, is the same thing. If it's not recovered.
Well, he just indicated he did not know what it was.
Oh, my God.
So perhaps you did not hear that part of his response. He said, it appears to be paper. I don't know what it was, is what he said. He exited his vehicle with, I don't know what it was. That's the testimony. So that's overruled.
So he exited the vehicle with unknown objects, something in his hands. I just couldn't make out what. And he walked over to the trash receptacle and he discarded whatever that unknown object or group of objects were. However, another object remained in his hand that he did not discard in the garbage. And at C4, they have very large screen TVs, much like this one, and they can zoom in. And when we zoomed in, Mr. Quint and myself were of the opinion that it looked
Objection.
Well, sustained.
When you zoomed in, were you able to see the colors of the object discarded in the sewer more clearly?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what color the object was?
So the object overall looked white, and we saw like orange and blue on the object. And I could say what that, to me, that looked like, but
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Now, actually, we're just, if we could play that portion of the video.
I'm still amazed by these cameras and how good they are. this defense attorney is definitely doing everything he possibly can for his client. It sure does make it time consuming for us. Thank you. We're very excited. Our little family's growing. It is a nice truck. Raptors are really nice.
We could pause it right there. Sergeant Butin, I just want to direct your attention now to the vehicle itself. Does it appear as though a female passenger has exited the vehicle at this
I'm
point?
going to object. First of all, it's a mischaracterization. Nobody's exited it. And second of all, we're again having him characterize what's on the video that all of these jurors can see. I would submit that under State versus Holly, it's improper for a lay witness to narrate a video when he wasn't present for the incident.
So if I can just be heard on this, Your Honor, and if I have to be heard at sidebar, I will, but I'd like to make an offer of proof to the court.
Well, the question is, does it appear to you as if a female is exiting the Raptor? That's the question. So does it appear to you that a female passenger is exiting the Raptor? Well, the question itself, you can be heard, counsel, the question itself is an interpretive narrative. What the court and the jury is able to see is a door open, someone leaning out of that door. The issue of whether it's a female and whether she's exiting in the common sense of exiting as in getting out of the vehicle, according to this video, would be a mischaracterization.
I'll rephrase, Judge.
So
Can you just, at this point, the video is paused. Can you, directing your attention now to the individual just above the male operator, can you describe that individual for the jury?
Again, Your Honor, I think the image speaks for itself. And this witness is not in any better position than the jurors to see what's in the video.
Well,
in fact, maybe
you could sharpen the question, counsel. Can you describe the individual? What is seen here, you cannot tell height or weight. So what can be described from what is on the video is fairly limited. If that's the video from which you are asking the question.
It is, Your Honor. I'm just simply asking him to describe what he's observing on the video.
Well, what the court is going to do is listen to the description and entertain any objections after that.
Could you describe the individual above the male operator?
Yes. So it appears to be a white female. Looks like wearing a short sleeve shirt, and it's kind of hard to tell, but maybe her hair is in a ponytail. And I could see at least one of her feet on the sidewalk, and her right hand appears to be reaching down toward the brick or pavement.
Was this the only time that you observed a female with this particular male individual in the surveillance footage?
On this footage, yes.
You can keep playing.
Yeah, her foot's definitely on that sidewalk, so. But I mean, objecting and like nitpicking doesn't make any difference on what they're seeing, so I don't really get the point of this necessarily, other than to draw a whole lot more attention to the fact that she's leaning out.
Sergeant Butin, Where on Albany Avenue is this particular trash receptacle and sewer located?
I believe the address is 1344 Albany Avenue. It's at the intersection of Blue Hills.
Based on what you saw on this video, can you describe for the jury what actions you took?
Yes. So, as I stated earlier, the individual appearing to be Mr. Dulos threw some items.
I'm going to
or
object.
an
The
item out.
question was, what did you do next? And instead, he's giving another narrative.
Well, the question is, well, what did you do after reviewing the video? And he began by saying, the individual who appeared to be Mr. Dulos, this is preliminary, as the court hears it, overruled.
The fact that I observed that individual throw those things out in the trash receptacle but choose to discard whatever the other object was down the storm drain was interesting to me. And I wanted to try to recover whatever that was. And so I inquired with the C4 folks about who maintained the storm drain and who we would use to assist us in recovering that item. And the answer I was given was MDC. Which is the Metropolitan District Control, or the water authority essentially for the greater Hartford area. They sent out a pump truck to us out on the street.
Let me ask you another question.
Sure.
Did you head to this area of Albany Avenue?
Yes.
Approximately how long did it take you to arrive?
I don't remember.
Was it within the hour, would you say?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, from the state police met you at this location?
Detective Fitzsimons, Detective Zella, who was on the dive team, Trooper Sanders, Trooper Chapman, also divers. I had divers come just because I didn't know what we were going to encounter, if we were going to need them to go down there, or if the pump truck was going to be able to facilitate removing the item. A lot of unknowns, so I was just trying to think outside the box and bring whatever resources I knew we had available to the area.
I hope we find out.
And you indicated that MDC showed up with a pump truck, is that correct?
That's correct.
And once MDC arrived with the pump truck, what happened next?
Detective Zella and myself basically told them to empty out the truck. They had relayed to us that they were pumping out other drains that day, and we wanted to ensure that the tank itself was empty, so that if whatever was down there maybe was sucked up the hose, we'd be able to empty out the back and definitively say that whatever was in the tank came from that particular storm drain.
Did the MDC truck leave at that point?
Yes.
Did it eventually return?
It did.
Approximately how long did it take to return?
Maybe a half an hour or so.
And during this half hour, did you remain at that location with your fellow state police officers?
I left quickly to meet up with the search and rescue canines. I gave them a map so they could begin to search the area of Albany and Milford. The footage depicted that black Raptor turning onto Milford Street and disappearing for some time before it came back out into the view on Albany Ave. So I got the search and rescue canines into that area so that they could begin to search that area. And after I met with them, I came back to the area of the storm drain.
And were you present when the MDC truck arrived?
Yes.
Do you recall how many employees from MDC responded?
2, I believe.
When they arrived, what steps did they take in your presence?
They had showed us the back. They opened it up, showed us it was empty, closed it. They removed the grate from the storm drain. They had like a big hook that they put down there and pulled it out. They lowered a hose down into the storm drain where all the water was, and they turned on their truck and started to suck out water.
As they were sucking out water, can you describe what happened next?
Yes, the envelope actually got stuck to their equipment, and they were able to pull it out like that.
All right, I want to just break this down a little bit. You say the envelope. Can you describe what you heard as they were sucking water out of the sewer?
Yeah, it was like a clink. It was like a clink noise.
And after you heard the clink noise, what did you see next?
As they began to lift their equipment up, you could see that there was an envelope, like a FedEx envelope, that was coming up out of the water with their equipment. And Detective Fitzsimons had gloved hands, and he reached in and recovered the envelope and put it over by the sidewalk, opened it up. And when he opened it up to pull out the contents, we saw 2 Connecticut license plates in the envelope.
Were photographs taken of those license plates?
Yes.
May I have this marked for identification, Your Honor?
The license plates.
What number? Well, not yet, but yes.
This is 40 for identification. I did provide Attorney Schoenhorn with a copy. I don't know if there's any objection.
No objection. Thank
Move it in
you.
as a full exhibit.
40 admitted as a full exhibit.
So if she was dumping the license plates, then the documents that said they saw him doing it were wrong. So then what did they see him dumping in there? Excuse me. Is that what they just said? They saw her doing it? That wasn't license plates, though. That wasn't big enough, right?
And I'm just going to begin with
Sorry.
displaying
Oh,
a
the cover.
photograph labeled 683_0001. Sergeant
These are the
Butin, do you
ones that
recognize that
were-
photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
old ones.
Can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
That photograph is a picture of the white envelope that was recovered from the storm drain on Albany and Blue Hills on
And did
Friday,
you-
May 31st.
Did you witness this envelope in the position it is in this photograph?
Yes.
Showing you photograph labeled 683_0002. Are those the license plates?
Yes, they are.
And did you view these license plates in their position?
Yes.
As they are in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is photograph 03 in that file. These are the same license plates, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And photograph number 4. Same license plates, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Actually, if we could just leave that up for 1 second.
I thought it was Fotis that put those in there, but I want to know what
The
she put in there.
license plate here reads 5T6WBU, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
While you were present, were any efforts made by state police personnel to run these license plates?
Yes.
What were the results when these license plates were run?
I called into dispatch and ran them as they are, and they came back to nothing.
When you say they came back to nothing, what does that mean?
It means there was no record found, meaning no such plates existed in the Connecticut DMV database.
And so after you received notification that no such plates existed, did you notice anything about the sequence of the letters and numbers themselves?
Well, yeah, we noticed that they were a bit odd. Typically, plates that were issued out like that would start with 3 numbers and then end with 3 letters. And obviously here you have a letter mixed in with the numbers, so that was odd to us. And to Detective Fitzsimons' credit, he actually, with his gloved hand, started to mess around with some of the characters that looked funny to us. And that's when we realized there was some effort made to alter their appearance.
And when you say that there was some effort made to alter their appearance, can you be a little bit more descriptive for the jury?
Yeah, yes. So if I may, can I?
Yes, sir.
So this T here, when Detective Fitzsimons messed around with it, we could see that the top portion actually wasn't the plate itself. It was some type of blue tape with like a clear adhesive, is the best way I could describe it. So this character is actually a 1. The same here, this was made to be a B, but it's actually a D. And then here we have what is supposed to be a J with the extra material added to make it appear to be a U.
Sneaky, sneaky.
So were you able to discern what the actual plate numbers and letters were?
Yes.
And was a subsequent
516 WDJ.
search done for those particular plates?
Yes, it was.
Who did that?
I did.
And what were the results, sir?
So I called dispatch back and ran the plates the correct way, and they came back canceled on a 2007 Chevy Suburban that was registered to Mr. Dulos.
Sneaky, sneaky.
May I have this marked for identification?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back for a minute because I was doing something else, and this is something I really want to see. Let's go back for a second and look at Okay, there you go. You can see him putting it in right there. That's what I missed the first time. Let's watch it one more time. See, oops. Okay, so she's leaning over right there doing something, but see the thing right here, you can see him with that envelope in his hand right there. And you can see him he just dropped it in right there. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. That was the part I was missing.
How were those license plates seized?
I put them into a bag and secured them in the trunk of my cruiser.
And if I were to show you license plates, would you recognize them?
Yes, I would.
We have some gloves in front of you, sir. Oh, very good. So at this point, I'm just going to ask, well, firstly, let me ask a preliminary question. There is evidence tape on this particular exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's also what appears to be numbers DSS 19002984. That's the state laboratory number, is that correct?
That's correct.
So these license plates have been sent to the state lab since you seized them, is that fair to say?
That would be accurate, yes.
All right. I'm just going to ask that you cut open this envelope and just peer inside and tell us what you see.
Okay.
Oh, and yes, please, as loudly as possible, right in front of my son. I gotta turn that down for a second. That kills my ears. It's like they don't like to talk loud, but
license plates
they sure do like to open evidence bags loudly.
I have to open it up a little more to see, sorry.
They're like, let me talk as quiet as possible, but let me open this evidence bag as loud as I possibly can right into the microphone. I'm digging the purple gloves. I haven't seen purple gloves.
Yes, there is.
What else is in the bag?
It's a white FedEx envelope that the plates were in.
Are these the objects that you seized on May 31st, 2019?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I move it in.
I need to see what else is in the bag. I just don't want any extra gloves around.
There are.
We just maybe do it over here on the side if we can.
That's another thing too. She literally saw him put stuff in the storm grate. So like a FedEx envelope. So is she just going to say that like, what? I didn't know. I thought that's where, I thought that was the FedEx drop off. No, how do you deny that?
I just had off to the side round.
Yay. Well, she said in the interviews that that's her, but she didn't know what he was doing.
I have no objection to, these other items that were in there will have to be to a different witness. So as long as those are kept separate, I'm fine with that.
And that states 40?
This is states 40, Judge, and just for the record, there are several smaller envelopes which we're going to tie up through another witness. Attorney Schoenberg is asking that we do so. I have no objection to that. However, I do want to keep everything together at this point. So if these can be labeled perhaps, 40A through, 41A for identification purposes only, and if we can just keep everything together for the time being.
So states 40 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
41, Judge.
41 will be admitted as a full exhibit. 41A is for ID purposes only.
Correct. Actually, there's several of them. So we'll just label them A through.
How many are there?
7. A through G. So 41A through G for ID only.
Thank you. 41A through G, identification purposes only. Well, it's about 3:33, so we're going to stand in our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not discuss the case. We shall return at 3:43. I'm sorry, 3:48.
3:48.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 3:48. We can ask the courtroom.
Do you want to go in one of the rooms?
He is very, very precise.
Maybe don't stay here.
Hot mic. Ugh. You can hear them drilling. They're still doing construction in that one condo over here somewhere. I hear it. At least it's not too loud. How bad is that for y'all? How much do y'all hear that drilling? Oh, well, no. So it's really annoying. It's really annoying. Every time I go to talk, oh, it does kind of look like my Lego plant, doesn't it? Oh, y'all don't hear it? Oh, some of you hear it. It sounds like a dentist drill. See, to you, it sounds like a dentist drill. To me, it sounds like a jackhammer. But I have all the microphone stuff that's supposed to get most of that out. So that's good, at least. So I did not text my kid or my mom that I made 15K yet, but I am supposed to have dinner with my mom tonight. My mom always goes to this one place. They have music bingo, so she likes to have dinner and music bingo, and her friends can't go with her tonight, so I told her I'd go with her. So I'll tell her tonight, but it's so annoying. So annoying. It's like, but I'll tell her. She won't know like the difference as far as like, is that good or bad? But you know, but she'll be excited anyway. She's supportive. She's funny. I went to dinner with her Saturday evening. Well, Saturday evening, like dinner for us is like, cause we like to go to bed early. Dinner for us is like 4:00. So it's really more like afternoon, but that's okay. And I was telling her about some of the YouTube stuff and Twitter stuff going on and all that stuff. And she listens. She has no idea what I'm talking about half the time, but she listens. So music bingo is a lot of fun. You go and like, you know, order your food and stuff. And then by the time you finish eating, it's time to play. And so it's like an hour, hour and a half of music bingo. And so they give you like a bingo card. And when a song comes on, if you have that song on your thing, you know, do it. And so they'll do like one bingo for, it won't be like a regular bingo. It'll be like one that's like an H or one that's like something. And then after that, then they'll do like a fill the whole card. And it's really fun. It's a lot of fun. Oh, Lego plant. Here you go. Here's my Lego plant. Here, we'll go. This is it. This is my Lego plant that I built. It's really cute, isn't it? I showed this to my kid. I actually showed him the stream that I did when I built the Lego plant Saturday night on MLS Law and Valhalla Waits streams. And I showed him this, and he was really kind of disappointed in me because he was like, they built cool stuff and you built a flower. I was like, my flower is cool. Thank you very much. But, you know, kids. Psh. Oops. Beach Gal, congratulations on the 15K, Brandi. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I keep realizing that like half of my face is cut off, which was good earlier when I was crying. And now I guess it looks a little silly, but at least you can see my cute little glowing gnomes up here. Aren't they precious? I love them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Haha. I wonder if it's as fun as wrestling in a church. Church wrestling. It's wrestling at the Baptist church. Baptist church wrestling. It's a Florida thing. It's fine. Nan R says, I know it's not popular, but I like the sound of opening paper via mic, but that last one was super loud even for me. It was loud. It was really loud. Well, I guess I can. Is that better? No, it's blurry. There we go. There we go. Now that I've stopped crying, now we can do it. Let's see. Micah, thank you so much. Congrats on 15K, Brandi. Much deserved, and I hope it keeps growing. Thank you so much. We're already almost at 15.1 now. That's kind of cool, right? Big day. Big day. Big day. I needed it. I needed some positivity in my life today, so that was awesome. Oh, things always happen at the right times. It's actually really cute. I thought so too. I thought it was really cute too. I had fun. I had fun on the Lego stream. Let's see. Getting one like that to make my son build for me. I'm not as cool as Brandi. I got really nervous with it because I was like, dang, that's a lot of pieces, and I hadn't built one in so long, and my eyesight kind of comes and goes, like, I mean, not completely, but just like it gets kind of blurry sometimes. And so, like, trying to build that and put it together, and like I had to like put my glasses on, and I'm still like struggling to see. But we got it done. Ty Toy said there's a third. Oh, let me pull this up. So Ty Toy's made a cool. Let's do this. Let me pull it up. He made a cool chart. Y'all know I love a graphic. Let's see. For the Dulos vehicles. All right. Here we go. So, hey, look at what a good job he did with this. It has, oh, I got hair. Yeah, we love visual aids around here. This is so cool. So it has like a lot of the different cars that they are talking about. So the cars that belong to Fotis, the Raptor that we just saw him in, and then the Chevy Suburban that, remember we talked about that one going back and forth a lot. Right after it happened, they saw on the video at the workhouse, the Suburban was one of the cars that was going back and forth. And then, of course, Jennifer's Suburban that was found in the park, the Tacoma that he drove that has you can see the bike that's in it back there, and then the Porsche that he took the seats out of to put in the truck, the Yukon rental for Michelle, the Jeep Grand Cherokee, we hear about that one coming back and forth too, and the Range Rover that was in the garage. So look at him go. Good graphic. Tayo Toys, good graphic. It looks awesome. And it's helpful. Because there are so many cars that they talk about. So it makes it a little bit easier to... we're visual learners up in here. So it helps to see it laid out like this. And I love that he's got the bike in the back. It's one of the vehicles. That's awesome. So, good job. Good job. Know what I see? A lot of money spent on gas and insurance. Right? That's a lot. It's a whole lot. It is so, that drilling is so loud. You can click the yellow markers. Let's click the yellow marker. Oh! Look at you! This is so fancy. Can I, like, hire you for all of our trials? The red Tacoma. Look at this. Look how fancy you are. It's got the red Tacoma at the car wash. Driven by 4-group employee. I've been saying it Powell. They're saying Pavel. So I guess I've said it wrong in everything I've ever said. Porsche. Seized from the Porsche registered to Jennifer Dulos were removed and swapped into the Toyota Tacoma. Her blood DNA was later found on the seats removed from the Tacoma. The black Ford Raptor. And look, you can see mistress leaning out right there. Tayo Toys. Look at all your talent. 2015 Suburban. Pictures of that one. Oh, with that thing on top. That's part of how they how they could tell that it was. It's so loud. The Yukon is what she drove. Okay, so investigation determined that on 5/29, Dulos and Troconis together shuttled, I can't say his last name, Gumieni's Pavel, Toyota Tacoma pickup truck to Russell Speeder's car wash in order to have the vehicle thoroughly cleaned and detailed. Dulos paid $250 in cash to have these services performed and did so without Pavel knowing or without his knowledge or permission. Residential surveillance from Jefferson Crossing showed a black Chevrolet Yukon followed by a red Toyota pickup driving on Jefferson Crossing toward, is it Ellie? Eli. Ellie? Road at 8:56 a.m. During interview number 3, Troconis indicated that Dulos was driving the Tacoma and she was operating the Yukon as they drove to Russell Speeder's car wash in Avon. Surveillance showed the Toyota pickup entering the parking lot. Dulos enters the lobby, speaks to a rep, puts on the log sheet. The name is left blank. The phone number is Dulos's phone number. The vehicle field is filled out as Toyota Sienna. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Sneaky, sneaky. Everything he does now to try to do all this, we're going to say sneaky, sneaky. To put it as a Sienna instead of a Tacoma. Every little thing he does trying to make it not. The time field recorded is 8:44. Detail field is marked as full. The price field is marked as $250. According to Michelle, Fotis got in the Chevy Yukon and the two traveled to the law offices of attorney Andrew Bowman, who currently represents Michelle. At approximately 1:39 p.m., phone records show an incoming call from 3136, which is listed as the business phone number of Russell Speeder's car wash at approximately 2:28. This is so good. The vintage bicycle. That was the big thing. The vintage bike matching the description. They were saying the ram horn style handlebars are common on that type of vintage bike, whatever, and that he had one. Interesting. Oops. They're back. We'll go back to look at that more. Good job.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you. Right, they're coming.
That's really impressive. Tire Toys, you're appealing to the right audience because we're all visual folks up in here. So. Together, people. Come on, come on. Where's she at? Where's she been? She decided to show back up.
And we can bring Sergeant Butin back in.
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in, please.
I might have to try using that. Try toys. That's awesome. Is she going to get on the stand? Let's do a poll if you think that she's going to end up testifying.
Okay, will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
I want to get some
Handing you what's been entered into evidence.
crackers and cheese. I'll be right back.
States Exhibit 41. I'm just going to ask that you take out the license plates and the FedEx envelope only.
Okay.
So I'm going to just begin with the license plate, which is on top there. The license plate itself, first of all, can you display it for the jury? Now, the license plate that we're seeing, which has been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 41, has the adhesive that you saw on May 31st been removed?
Yes, it has.
And that was obviously done subsequent to your seizure, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And can you just display the next plate also? And similar situation, the adhesive that you had discussed earlier has been removed, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask if you could just fan out the FedEx envelope for the jury as well. Thank you, sir. And you just please go back and put the envelope stays
Before we proceed, we would ask the photographer, during the course of the testimony, please return to the designated area.
Returning States 41 to the clerk. Sergeant Butin, are those the items that you seized from the sword drain on Albany Avenue on May 31st, 2019?
Yes, they are.
And did you subsequently turn over those items to Detective Matthew Riley of the State Police?
Yes.
If I just have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Nothing additional at this time, Your Honor.
Your cross-examination.
Thank you.
There's the aggressive typing.
These license plates, Exhibit 41, you indicated that it came back to a vehicle that had been owned by Fotis Dulos, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understand it, that was a 2007 Chevy Suburban, is that correct?
That is correct.
That Chevy Suburban and these license plates, let me withdraw that and ask it a different way. The license plates had been canceled for many years, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
The Chevy Suburban had not been registered to Mr. Dulos or his company for many years, correct?
That's accurate, yes.
At least, you said at least since 2015, if not earlier, right?
I don't recall the exact day, but that sounds about right.
The reason I'm asking to clarify, there's been some testimony that he owned a Chevy Suburban in 2019, correct?
I believe it was a newer model, yes, sir.
That's what I was going to get to. So that model had its own registration, right?
Correct.
And different license plates, right?
Yes.
This was a vehicle that he had owned maybe prior to 2015, if not several years earlier, right?
At least as early as 2007, yes, sir.
Well, when it was...
It's a 2007 vehicle, so.
Right, but I'm saying it ceased to be registered to him at least before 2015, correct?
I can't give you the exact year when they were canceled without looking at the teletypes, but that sounds fair enough.
Right. Well, there may be some evidence of that further down. I was just trying to remember if you recollected that when you did you said you had somebody run those plates, right?
Yes, I did.
And that would be through the Department of Motor Vehicles, right?
Well, yes, sir. So a dispatcher would use the collect system, which accesses the DMV database, yes.
Yeah, and for the record, collect that's what it's called, COLLECT. They can look up old motor vehicle registrations, right?
Among other things, yes, sir.
And license plates.
Yes.
And see who was the last person to have those plates registered to them, correct?
Accurate, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. When you testified that you saw a female, or that you described the video that was at that location near, I think it was Green Street, correct?
Maybe in between.
Blue Hills,
yes, sir.
Blue Hills, okay. So when you described that, you said that it, I think the words you used, that it met the general description of what you understood to be Michelle Troconis, right?
Yes.
And you gave a general description of her to the jury, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that Michelle Troconis told your colleagues that was in fact her in the Ford Raptor, correct?
I am now, yes.
And you're also aware that she told your fellow state police officers that the driver in fact was Fotis Dulos on that day, right?
As I sit here today, yes.
Right, so when we're talking about it looks like, maybe, at least my client told the police, yes, that's me and that's Fotis Dulos in that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And although we've watched a number of different angles, you sat at C4 headquarters in Hartford and watched the various cameras, right?
Yes, sir.
But so that we're clear, despite the fact that there are multiple camera angles, in fact, the number of times that Fotis Dulos got out of his truck to throw something away totaled 3 that you can observe, correct?
I'd have to look at my report, sir, to see. There's the intelligence analyst produced like a timeline of all the occurrences, but I can't recall how many that is now.
Does that seem right to you?
I don't want to commit to a number without looking at the report. I'm not really sure how many exactly.
But even if we're looking at 6, 7, or 8 different angles, there aren't 7 or 8 different stops that we're looking at. In other words, each of those cameras isn't a different stop, is it?
Each of the angles that view.
Each of the cameras that we've watched is not a different stop with something being thrown away. You understand the question?
I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at, sorry.
I'll ask it a different way. The number of times that Mr. Dulos got out and threw something away from his truck is not equal to the number of cameras that we have here in this courtroom observed. Is that a fair statement?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. In other words, we've seen more cameras than actual throwaway stops, right?
Well, we've seen only a few here today. I don't know what else you've seen prior to me coming on the stand, but
Well, I'm
that's
saying
what we've seen under my testimony,
Okay,
yes.
fair enough.
Good answer. He's
Now,
not
as
letting
far
it trap him into
as what we've watched since you've been here, the garbage bags that you observed being thrown away were all black garbage bags, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You also described a rolled-up item, and we had some debate about what it is, but you saw it was a rolled-up black thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And whatever that was, it had some kind of a white mark or white area that one could see as it's being carried over to a garbage pail that's not on the street but next to a building, right?
Yes.
Were you able to determine what that label or white mark was?
I can only speculate. I have no idea.
Right. Well, I'm saying, other than that, you weren't able to use any of your, state police camera equipment or anything to be able to zoom in, or the C4 to zoom in on what that is?
No, sir. My understanding that I think an individual took that mat away prior to it being recovered, so I don't think it was ever recovered.
Okay, well, let's back up. I'm talking about from the cameras at the time it's being carried over to the side of a building by Mr. Dulos. Were you able to zoom in or use anything to figure out what that mark, that white spot was?
No, sir.
Now, it said something that I wanted to follow up on it. I'm curious about that. You said that someone took it away. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Did you see in any of the C4 cameras that you were watching anyone pick up that item and cart it away?
No, sir. That was information that was relayed to me by other individuals.
Well, I'm asking about you.
Me personally, no. I didn't see that.
And through all the time you spent, how many hours did you spend at the Capitol Command Center there looking at?
I don't remember specifically. It wasn't terribly long. They had reviewed the footage in detail, and what they went over with me were the stops that he made. And we kind of honed in on the last one because we knew the storm drain had not been checked. And so that was kind of my focus, if you will, was that particular stop.
Okay, fair enough. And just so we're also clear, from the video you saw, you could not tell whether that rolled up item was carpeting or plastic or rubber or any particular material. Is that right?
It could have been anything. It could have been anything. There's no way to actually ever know unless I actually went there and put my hands on it.
And although Mr. McGinnis kept talking about WeatherTech, it could have been any brand of any kind of plastic or rubber mat, right?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Did anyone ever recover that mat?
Not to my knowledge, no.
The C4 camera continued to look in that same location, right? It was fixed at that same spot where the camera observed the Raptor pull up and something get taken out of the back and put there, right?
The camera did capture that, yes.
And did the camera continue to run for the next several days?
My understanding is those cameras run 24/7.
The time and when did you, just so I'm clear about the date, when did you go to the location on Albany Avenue with the MDC sewer pump truck?
The date?
The date.
Friday, May the 31st.
Okay, that was the day. And did you go yourself and look through any of the C4 cameras, even fast forward, to see where and when that rolled up item went?
No, sir, I was not assigned to do that.
I take it when you were there at that location, you didn't see it there, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Let me just have a moment. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Sergeant Butin. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, we will be recalling the sergeant later in the trial.
Yeah, Lucy's getting pieces of
And
salami
are
and
there
cheese.
any other state witnesses to be called today?
Not today, Your Honor.
Oh,
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have
Done early
concluded
today.
the testimony for today. And for tomorrow, Attorney McGinnis, Attorney Manning, do we have our witnesses lined up?
Your Honor, for tomorrow, yes, I have at least most of the witnesses lined up. There are a few additions that we are trying to schedule. I will let counsel know through email today once we get those concrete. But beyond that, we do have witnesses to be presented.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are excused for today. Thank you for your patience. We will resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and please do not discuss the case or avoid any media about the case. Thank you.
I'm actually really glad that they're done early today because that means I get to take a nap before I have dinner with my mom. So, it works perfect.
We'll stand adjourned.
All rise. This honorable court now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
What a day. Well, I say I'm going to take a nap. They're still doing that drilling, so I don't know how much of a nap I can actually take. But we can try. We can try. Thank you. I will. I like being able to spend time with my mom. It does the soul good. I am so appreciative of y'all. It has been it's been a good day. It's been, look, Lucy still, she's like, you got some more of that salami? Some more of that cheese? It's been a good day. It started out very Monday. It's very, very Monday. I think we're all a little bit, a little tired on Mondays. What's on the menu tonight? We all want to come with you. It's a place that my mom likes to go. She usually goes with her friends on Mondays, but since they can't go, I'm gonna go with her tonight. So I've only eaten there one time before, but it was pretty good. All right, Marie Moss, our official statistician. So here's our stats. So 5 witnesses, 1 sidebar, and 16 objections, but it seemed like 84. Blessings to all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Marie Moss. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Marie Moss, make sure you check your DMs. You won the drawing for the sticker, so make sure you check your DMs. I need to get your address. Sleuthy Goosey. Hey girl, hey chat. Hello, Sleuthy Goosey. It is good to see you. Hello, hello. Are you getting ready for this week? Isn't it this week? Isn't it? Is it Thursday? That we have our, oh God, my brain's so foggy. Our Karen Reed hearing. Is it Thursday? I think. I have to look at it. But if y'all don't follow Sleuthy Goosey, she does an awesome job she's very, like, you know, document and detail oriented, which y'all know that's my thing too. I love the documents and the details. But she does an awesome job covering the Karen Reed stuff too. She's great, and she's a fact checker. She's not going to just put out a bunch of crap this week, or that, you know, that isn't like that she doesn't know to be true. Sorry, I stumbled through my words, y'all. My brain is so foggy right now, but we're gonna get through it. Oh, it's not this week. Oh, I thought there was one this week. All my days are running together. Never ever seen so many trolls that never read documents before. Yeah, isn't that the craziest thing? There's so many people who haven't seen any of the documents and haven't looked at anything, and they'll troll, like, and just some of the stuff they come up with is just the most random stuff. Just the most random stuff. That's not even close to being true. I don't even know how, oh, it gives me a headache. And the Karen Reed case, the people going back and forth on social media, it gives me a headache. It does. But if it's speculation, I'll tell you. Don't worry, it's been a long day. This Dulos trial has been nothing but fuckery since the minute it started. Yes, it has been nonstop. It's crazy that it started so, like, it's been kind of, it's like slow, like turtle moving, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, juror drama and, like, you know, arguments from the defense attorney over every little thing and all of these things. It's been the craziest trial, and we still have so far to go. February 15th, white paint. Thank you. That's what it is. We still have so far to go. We just finished day 7, and this is going to be, 6 to 8 week trial. So this one will be wrapping up about the time that Karen Reed is starting. So, hello, Dave. Oh, look. If y'all didn't see my Lego stream, I built this Lego orchid on the stream. I love it. Love it, love it. That drilling is so loud. Oh, it's driving me nuts. February 15th is when it is. Isn't there something else happening? Well, let me find it. Isn't there something else happening this week? Or am I crazy? I might be crazy. Oh no, it's next week. Next week, there's supposed to be the Valo pre-trial is next week, and the I think there's a Shayna Gardner pre-trial hearing, and then the ballerina trial was supposed to start next week. Is it still going to start, or did it get delayed? I can't remember hearing if it got delayed or not. Everything runs together. Something must be in the air. I've been nonstop building stuff with my kids' Legos for 2 weeks now. That's awesome. I did a Lego stream Saturday night with MLS Law and Valhalla Awaits, and built Legos and talked about a bunch of trials and stuff. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I hadn't built Legos since I was a kid, and I stayed up way past my bedtime. Way past my bedtime. Yes, the Murdoch stuff next week too. Oh gosh, next week's gonna be a little bit interesting. We're gonna have to figure it out as we go. I can probably start a little bit early. I'll get home from, I get home from treatment every day except for Wednesday, because Wednesday I have extra stuff I have to do there. But we can probably start at 11:30 and then just speed trial, because we're going to cover the Murdoch stuff and the Troconis stuff. So we'll get through it. We'll figure it out. We have so much to cover, but that'll be 3 days that we're just going to have to be busier than normal. So it'll be good. It'll be good. The Lego stream was a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us. I had fun too. It was fun. Yeah, building Legos. Made it. Brandi won the competition in my mind. Thank you, because mine was the prettiest. Thank you, Murph's Turf. Yes. They set me up on that. I'm still mad. That drilling's getting louder. I'm so competitive, and they ended up finishing before me. I was so mad. So mad. Jenny, thank you so much. Good night, all. Congratulations again on 15K. Well deserved. Thank you. Thank you. Very excited. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's a big day. All right, we are done for the day since they are done early. Let's see who's live. Let's support another creator. Let's see who's live, see who we can go raid and support. Oh, that drilling. Lord of mercy. Let's see who's live. Who can we invade? It's getting louder. It's getting so much louder. Okay, Recovery Addicts Live. We can invade him. The drilling is louder, right? I'm not crazy. It's getting louder. Does Lucy sleep with you? Does she hog the bed? Yes. To be as little as this little heifer is, she hogs the bed. She's a bed hog. I have a king size bed, and she takes up, I don't know how, somehow she makes it to where she takes up most of it. So they're doing some kind of construction in one of the condos somewhere around me. They're supposed to be done. Who knows when? Who knows when? You know, it's always something here. During the off season, it's like this a lot. Once summer comes, it won't be so bad because nobody wants to do construction here on the summer because they don't want to miss out on people. But it's getting louder. It's getting louder. It's terrible. It's terrible. All right, this is the kind of stuff that makes you go crazy. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out today. And thank you. We hit 15K. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. That perked up all of our Mondays, made us all put a little pep in our step and made us feel better. I appreciate y'all so much hanging out. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to start at noon Eastern again, and then speed trial through it and get through it. Think about it like this, though. Today is... how long have we been live? 4 hours, just over 4 hours. So we've made it through the entire day in 4 hours instead of doing the whole thing. So it worked out great. It's been working out great. All right, so I am going to get out of here and try to find some earplugs so I can take a nap. And I will see y'all tomorrow at noon Eastern for day 8. All right, I'll see you.